muted because I was testing to make sure the multi-person thing would work. For those of us who are joining, we're going to be having a discussion on disability, fantasy, curses, and cures. I need 2 seconds, you guys, to finish posting a video telling people that this is happening right now. But if we want to start putting like questions in the chat, if you're someone who wanted to be part of the discussion and you wanted to like request to join right now, I can start pulling people in right now if we wanted to. If you are an author or do anything in writing, it'd probably be best to join. But if you have like a lot of really strong opinions, feel free to join too, and that is a-okay. Hello, welcome. For those of us, I was trying to put text on screen and it's fully not letting me this time. So for those of us who are just joining, we are having a discussion on disability, fantasy, curses, and cures. Specifically in writing, but also in other facets. Like D&D is a really big one that's been popping off in my comment section recently. 1 second, I do need to finish posting and I can't type and talk at the same time. Representation. How is everyone doing right now? What is it in everyone's time zones? What are some tags I should use when posting the video being like, come join us? Because I always suck at tagging things. Disability representation, disabled representation, fantasy book talk. I'm going to do D&D. I feel like D&D is absolutely the target audience for this. Thank you! I got it from Party City and I added the butterflies myself, and I used to have extra butterflies to put in my hair. But I lost them. I lose everything all the time and it's very deeply upsetting for me because I have so many fun things. Okay, we're almost done posting. Did anybody else want to be a guest and join in, or we can start talking about things, and if you decide that you want to guest, then we absolutely can do that as well. I think we're gonna, before having like official fancy pantsy conversation, wait a couple more minutes just for more people to join. In your book 5, whoa, that is far into a series. Thank God you got here at the right time. Yeah, we figured out time zones. I hate time zones. I have to regularly look up which one I'm in to tell other people. I don't know. See, I have the invite people to join button. For those of us who don't know, I have to be doing this on my computer because TikTok only thinks I'm an adult when I'm on my computer. So all of the buttons work really slow. So if you wanted to join as a guest on video, it is significantly easier if you request to join than me invite you to join. And I think the request button should be down in the chat. Hello, for those of us who have joined since I last said it, we are talking disability, fantasy, curses, and cures today. We're gonna wait for a few more people to join. You would like to join? Awesome. There's a button that helps you request it. I wonder if I can click on you and say invite to join. No, so you have to hit the button that says request to join. It should be in the chat for you, I think. Yes, okay. I hit the button, did it work? And I think we can have up to 9 people at a time. Otherwise, we can have people like taking turns coming in because I do have it set to multi-host.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Did you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Kezia Kos. And I don't write fantasy or fiction. I write contemporary fiction, but many of my characters, they have the whole differences of mental health problems. And as I said in my book 5, the male interest is blind.
That's really cool. And are they like the love interest?
And the condition that I was talking to my first fan and beta reader and best friend from 10 years, she told me, Kezia, he cannot gain his sight back.
Oh yeah, that's really important. Especially we're going to be talking about cures today. Sorry, I'm responding in the chat to someone at the same time, so I'm multitasking. Yeah, and I think that's even like in modern lit though, right? Because we see the translation of those tropes where there is like this expectation for people to get cured, which is something a lot of disabled people were very up in arms about. So 1 second for person in the chat. I don't know which one of those is your name. I'm guessing it's not Arch Damon, but you never know. Because I'm on my computer, cannot invite you to host because my computer's very slow with all the TikTok, but not host, join. My computer's very slow with all the TikTok buttons, but if you request to join, you should be able to join. There should be able to be 9 of us on video at the same time.
The button to join is literally beside the place where you're supposed to type. There's a share over there.
Awesome.
Sorry for I dyed my hair.
I love your hair. That was like the first thing I was gonna say. It looks so cool.
I'm Kit. I'm the person who was in the other day from the UK who does a lot of this. But yeah, I like to ask before I make the request because I don't like the idea of just bombarding people with requests without asking first. It feels very rude to my British self.
It's
very
super
polite
fair.
and
You're
we
good.
appreciate that very much.
Did you want to like introduce yourself more formally to everyone, Kit?
Yeah, I'm just gonna for a sec. So yeah, I am Kit. I have a master's degree in creative writing and literature, including publishing. And I actually did my dissertation. I was telling you about the working title, which was they wouldn't have had wheelchairs. They wouldn't have had dragons either.
Yeah, so you're going to be so helpful to have here because you have like all of this knowledge on the topic, which is so helpful. We're going to wait a few more minutes before officially starting off in case other people wanted to join on video. Also, for those of us...
Totally.
Sorry?
I was responding to Robo, who said it feels like barging into someone's office without knocking. Yeah, and it feels like that from my perspective. I don't necessarily feel that way about other people doing it. But for me doing it, I'm like, no, that's rude.
Okay, Maeve, I'm responding in chat right now, but you just have to request. I'm having trouble inviting people to join because, like CJ, actually, I'm also on my laptop and everything is working so slowly on my laptop.
Yeah, TikTok really is not optimized for PC.
No. I don't know if you heard when I was mentioning it, though. TikTok refuses to verify my age. So I'm technically not even supposed to be able to do this right now. If for some reason it's letting me on my laptop, though. So fingers crossed it doesn't figure that out.
Again, it's because all of TikTok is not optimized for PC, and that includes their verification and moderation features.
Okay.
And I've noticed as well that none of the messages work in the laptop. I can only see it on my tablet.
So interesting. Yeah. I've been waiting so long to get the text thing to load, and I've been trying to load it for 10 minutes. I'm just gonna put the topic there for anyone coming in. And it was disability, fantasy, curses, and cures. I'm gonna say.
So this is on curative versus management character models.
They're cool words that sound like you have a master's in this. But yeah.
Sorry.
I want to see your bibliography if it's as extensive as mine. I didn't study creative writing, but I did study literature. I'm a translator by my bachelor's degree in English and French. And I didn't get to work with translation. I went to a totally different area. But I have been writing fan fiction since 2009.
For a second. So my bachelor's degree is like an English literature degree that kind of dips into creative writing, like dips its toe in. I have an A-level, which is kind of like high school equivalent in creative writing. And then my master's degree flipped the other way and is creative writing with an element of English lit.
I did English in my undergrad, but actually I did write a lot of my papers on disability, but specifically I am really interested in like the way that female sexuality is treated as disabling in Victorian lit. Like less from I'm a disabled person perspective, more from a like feminist perspective. Anyway, we have Maeve now if you wanted to introduce yourself quickly, Maeve.
Hi, I'm trying to figure out how to turn the camera on, it's not working.
How many followers do you have, Maeve? Because if you have below a certain number of followers,
0.
I'm looking.
Your camera on.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, this is my first time doing something like this. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. I studied neurodivergency and disability, so specifically neurodivergency. And I was always told, "Well, no, you can't be like autistic in this." It's a difference in the brain. Like you can't obviously be dyslexic or ADHD or whatever in your fantasy.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could understand an argument of saying that if you are writing about a period of time before 1933, then you cannot, in the narrative, give the character the label of autistic because autism was only a diagnosis from 1933 onwards. But specifically in fantasy, the way I always talk about this, I find it quite funny because I'm always like, there is a talking mushroom and you're bothered about chronological realism.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. One thing that
Tiffany, sorry, I keep interrupting. It's so hard to figure out who's talking. Did you want to talk, Maeve?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. One thing that I'm very interested in is if I'm writing a disabled character, I'm going to write according to the DSM-5 and their specific disabilities are alike. Who is that in front of my house?
I think the DSM-5 is a great resource, but it lacks a lot of the human element of disability.
Oh, I totally agree.
For example, even when I'm pushing myself, like today I cleaned my entire bedroom and my entire house and went shopping. Even when I'm doing that, I subconsciously limit the number of steps each action takes. So my step count doesn't go up as much as you'd expect. Because as a person with mobility issues, I subconsciously reduce my number of steps. Every action I take is designed to reduce that step count.
I have a question. How do I mute myself?
How do you mute yourself?
Yeah, I've never done this before.
Next to the comment box, there should be a little microphone.
Found it. Okay, thank you.
If that microphone disappears, then tap on your face and the microphone will be on the little panel that shows up.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I'm still learning.
I love that you're so knowledgeable in everything here, kids. It's so helpful. CJ has joined us. If CJ wanted to introduce himself really quick.
Sure. Hi, I'm CJ. I currently have one series that's like a fantasy magical school series. I don't know what else to say.
No, that's fair. That's all you have to say.
I just wanted to present what has been my guide throughout the process. I don't know if you guys know this book, The Emotional Womb Thesaurus, Writers Help Writers.
I don't, but I do have a couple of resource books that are great for writing myself.
Yeah, so this is the Writer's Guide to Psychological Trauma. As I said, I write contemporary drama, and most of my characters have some sort of mental disorder. Later on book 5, I will have people with physical disorders, specifically the male love interest is blind. This helps because it's literally like a recipe saying, what is the wound? What is the basic needs? What are the false beliefs? What does he fear? What are the possible results of this fear? How they behave? What are the personality traits? So literally, it's like a recipe. So giving you the step by step. So when you study that and you use it as a guide to build the character, the story writes itself.
One thing I was thinking of. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt anybody?
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. No,
okay.
It's fine.
So, and I've always been super interested in disability and accommodation within like fantasy worlds. If the person's disabled in Fae, how would they accommodate themselves? I don't have any physical disabilities. I have learning disabilities, dyslexia, ADHD, and a bunch more. And so I'm wondering, if a Fae creature has ADHD and sensory processing disorder, and they already have heightened hearing, how are they going to handle that heightened hearing?
So a great reference for that actually might be a show called Alphas. No, it's only one season because it did get cancelled.
Say it again?
But there is a character in the show Alphas whose ability is to tap into hypersensitivity. And there are points in time where it makes life completely unbearable for her.
How do you spell that?
Alphas. ALPHAS. Yeah.
And ALPHAS?
Yeah, it is in the chat. Alex has put it in for us.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's only one season, but it's this show about superhumans, but one of the characters, her superpower is essentially being autistic in a sense. It's great.
Oh, I love it. And
I really like that piece of representation.
Wow. I'm also curious, what would it be like if different races with their disabilities and their accommodations, how would that be handled? Like, that would be so cool if, like, we could start, like, books that are, like, disability fantasy. Like, I would read, like, thousands of those.
Me and my friend, my best friend is an editor as well. So one of the things we talked about is how disability applies across different species. For example, for a human being, not being able to fly isn't a disability because being able to fly is the norm. However, for a species of Fae that has wings, not being able to fly would be incredibly disabling within that society. So it's all about what is the norm for that societal structure and where does that norm fall apart for that person.
That's so cool.
I read once, it's an original story. It wasn't exactly a fan fiction, where the Fae, every time they tried to do any kind of magic, the magic went wrong. So everybody had to go like to learn with the masters and the mentor over there, which happened to be a very dragon. And they always complained about this little Fae that every single type of magic that she tried to do, something went wacko. And she committed a mistake, and then, I don't know, something went wrong, something got broken, and she ran away because she felt really, oh my God, I messed up. And that was the beginning of her story, because she ran away, and everybody was trying to find her because, okay, she messed up, but it's not a big deal.
So I think, yeah, it's very when you build a race, when you're looking at fantasy and you're designing what this race looks like in your world, you have to consider what their societal norms would be. A race that has 6 fingers on each hand, having 6 fingers is completely normal, but for a race that typically has 5 fingers, it's not.
And kind of like jumping off what Kit's saying, I think honestly that is one of the biggest reasons why when people tell me that they cannot write disability into their fiction, especially into their fantasy worlds, sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not being. I was sorry. I did that thing where your brain figures out where the end of the sentence is and can't wait for it to finish.
You're so fair. I'm just worried I'm gonna suck at turn taking here because I am very bad at it. I'm like, oh no, I can't hear you guys as well either. But no, I was saying when you're writing multiple, like a world that has multiple fantasy races, because things are going to be designed for other people, inevitably you're already doing a lot of accommodating, right? Like if you're like in the case of like something like Dungeons and Dragons, just because it's like a very generic fantasy world, if you have like a bugbear in your party and like a halfling in your party, the height difference is enormous. Things that one character can do are going to be things that the other character finds extremely difficult and needs accommodations for. So when someone comes into a space like that and tries to say like, oh, but it'd be so difficult if a character had a cane or had a wheelchair or another disability, I'm like, it should be, because you're already having to be accommodating things all the time.
Yeah, and like, so the thing is, I moderate and go live with Wheelie Chronic a lot, and Wheelie is a neurodivergent and disabled creator, and we have a lot of neurodivergent and disabled guests. Talking over each other isn't really that easy to avoid with groups of neurodivergent people. It's just about one, being willing to offer correction and be like, sorry, I was just saying something, and 2, being willing to take that correction as well. That tends to be what works best for us, if that helps.
Sorry.
We have to just look in the chat. Also, if people had questions or specific things they want to discuss, please also put those in the chat. If anyone in the chat wants to join on video, send a request and I will let that happen. We have Reed agreed with me. Yeah, he said D&D worlds have to be so accessible to actually.
One thing I was thinking of, sorry. One thing I was thinking of is, of course, everybody knows Harry Potter. And I said if I was ever in the Harry Potter world, I'd use a spell to read to me because I have dyslexia. And I remember I had one person say, that's impossible. I'm like, they're supposed to kill people. They're not supposed to torture people. I think they got a spell to read to you.
What did they do?
Yeah, like
so before the whole J.K. Rowling's trash thing.
Oh yeah, no, like totally is.
I was a big Potter nerd, and they do have a spell that reads things out. That's how the news announcements work.
And shit, sorry.
No, go on.
And that's also, like, Percy Jackson, I think, is one of the best disability representation when it comes to neurodivergency specifically, because it works in PTSD. It works in, of course, ADHD and dyslexia are the most common. But I also believe that a couple of them do actually be DSM-5 requirements for autism. And so I think it's fantastic. And Rick Riordan is truly a great writer. And he wrote from the heart to his son in the beginning. And then, of course, he went everywhere with it. And there's like 8,000 books now.
Oh yeah, I feel that. There is a series I read that is now like 24 books long.
What book series?
Immortals After Dark. But for me, one of my biggest bugbears, and Rick doesn't fall into this because his neurodivergent characters were built with intent. But one of my biggest bugbears about when you're trying to look for representation in books is if you squint hard enough at this one character, they might possibly look neurodivergent. And I'm like, no, that is a cop-out. That is a cop-out. With the exception of sort of pre-New Age literature. So things like Lewis Carroll's Alice in... Was it Lewis Carroll? Alice in Wonderland.
Lewis Carroll, yeah.
Things that were written. I always get him confused with C.S. Lewis. Those two authors, I cannot keep them straight in my head. But books that were written past there, books like what Katie did and, the works of Mary and Percy Shelley, they were created before we had the understanding of neurodivergence and mental health that we do today. And often those characters, if they were written now, would be outright autistic.
One thing I also...
They just didn't have the language then.
Apologies. If I ever talk over somebody, just tell me to please shut up. I apologize. Always. And one thing I saw was there was a character in Six of Crows. I forgot his name, but a lot of people were like, "Oh, he's dyslexic." He did show some signs of dyslexia, and of course this is a fantasy world, so it's not exactly. You can't say I have dyslexia in a fantasy world unless it's like in a library that's a similar word or something. And people are like, he's dyslexic. And I'm like, he says he has trouble reading. That could be a lot more than dyslexia. That could be literacy rate. He came from a rich family, but that still could be literacy. He was abandoned by his father, pretty much. His father tried to kill him with assassins. So obviously he doesn't care about his son's education. So that's what I hate. Because I'm like, I want dyslexic characters really bad. What do you guys think of Wednesday from, of course, Wednesday?
In what sense?
Do you believe that she could be autistic?
I think a lot of people look at any character who is remotely any kind of neurodivergence and immediately jump to autistic.
That's fair.
She's neurodivergent, but she's not autistic.
Wednesday is neurodivergent. She is not autistic. She's borderline sociopathic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is her character design. Her idolization, her dream in life is to be a sociopath.
Mm-hmm. And that's fair. And I think we see in the show that she has a little bit too much empathy to be sociopathic. She puts herself in danger for others multiple times, like when she runs after Rowan and stuff. While she wants to be psychopathic, I don't believe that she can truly be because she has too much care and empathy. Now it's
I'm going to respond to that, and then I'm going to respond to Moss, if that's okay.
Oh, please do.
The thing is that this is when you get into the different characterizations of Wednesday. The Wednesday from Wednesday is very much, she comes across as more neurodivergent because they were trying to lean away from the sociopathy. But if you look at the televised movie, Christina Ricci's Wednesday is entirely 100% a sociopath. Like,
yeah, agreed.
That girl cares about nothing. She set a camp on fire. And
they eat when everybody's running around in flames. That's sociopathic behavior.
That's so fair. That's literally so fair.
Yeah.
So, Moss, for me, my issue with curses as a representation of disability, it doesn't actually have much to do with the curse aspect itself. It's to do with the disproportionate representation of acquired disability in media. It's never a person that, like me, was born with degenerative arthritis. It's never a person that was born with a disability and learned to accommodate that over time. It's, oh no, this absolutely horrific thing happened to a normal person and now they're disabled. And while that is a thing that happens to real people and that deserves to be represented, it is not the only form of disability.
I love curse disability narratives. I write a lot of curse disability narratives, but I think it very much to me depends on who's writing it. Because since I think curses are something that is so commonly applied to disability, it is like such a form of reclamation for me, and also just kind of true to life. Like I write a lot of like neurodivergent curse narratives where it is like a since birth curse thing. But yeah, I think it can go very poorly very quickly, and I am very hesitant about authors who do not identify as the disabilities they're writing those disabilities as curses. Just to me, that's a reclamation.
I think I view curative storylines with disability very similarly, in that a disabled author would arguably be able to write a curative storyline about disability in order to critique things like the curative model for autism and do that really well. Whereas with able-bodied authors, it's always, oh, look, they're cured, how wonderful.
Yeah, exactly.
And that isn't the way that we necessarily want to be represented. So I think for me, curative storylines for disabilities really need to be something that stays within the community, certainly for now, until that representation improves.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think like cures are so difficult to discuss in fiction too, because I never want to fall into the camp of being like, you're a bad disabled person if you want to be cured. You know, like I think some disabled people do. It is fine for some characters to express that urge, but yeah, the exact same thing Kit was saying, where I'm like, I trust it a lot less coming from someone who is not disabled because you don't have that lived experience. It's harder for you to realistically write a character making that choice that isn't just you like giving a character a disability to take it away again, right? When it's disabled authors doing it themselves, It's them exploring their disability and their relationship to it and whether or not they would want to keep that.
And sometimes, like, it's... Sorry, go on, Maeve.
No. I actually think you're a lot cooler, so please go first.
The thing I was going to say is, this was a conversation I was having about something as simple as physio. So if you break your leg and then you need to rehab it, and you're going to go through physio for a period of maybe 6 to 8 weeks, and it hurts and it sucks, but for you, there's an end date. And for me, yeah, physio hurts and it sucks, and it's something that I'm going to have to do every day for the rest of my life. There is no ending for me. There is no, I'm going to get better and not need to do it. So even the same experience of going through physiotherapy completely changes from an able-bodied person who broke their leg to a disabled person.
And I think, I'm sorry for interrupting. I think the physiotherapy part and the physical and the mental process of going through the process sometimes are glossed over. So if there is physiotherapy and there is pain and there's some sort of not only physical, mental acceptance of what is happening, that should be expressed as well. Because sometimes these are internal battles that normally are not written. So if you have somebody who receives a disability and is not traumatized by it, is it really a curse? Is it really a disability? Or is just something, 3 chapters later, everything is going to be fine? So if it's something serious enough to be considered a curse, or it is given this higher patamar of, there must be some, what I'm saying, there must be some gravitas to it.
Yeah.
So
Maeve.
Yeah, awesome. One thing I was thinking of is the infantilization of disability. I also would love to see that more in stories. What does that look like? What do the family dynamics look like? How does the society treat these individuals with disabilities and how they infantilize them? I work with intellectually disabled adults, and all I get every day to them is, "Oh, you sweet poor thing." They're not. They're pupil first. I have a pupil first model, and I always say, don't call them like sweet or helpless because they don't like that. And then I'm told that I'm disrespectful.
Sorry, Maeve. I think for me, writing about the infantilization of disabled people is another thing that really needs to stay within the community for
Oh,
now.
100% within
To
the
be able
community.
to do it in a way that clearly represents the infantilization as the negativity.
Yes.
And I can't remember her name right this second, but one of my favorite examples of this is the world's shortest woman was in American Horror Story as the world's shortest woman in Freak Show. And the storyline represents her as being very infantilized, but when she's doing interviews and she's talking about being on the show, she says things like, no, don't pick me up. I'm not a child. I'm a grown woman.
Yeah.
I just didn't grow very much. Beth, if you're interested in representations around COVID, I don't know how close this will be for you. Let me just grab it because it's right here. All that's left in the world is about two young lads who come across each other in America after a really severe epidemic similar to COVID.
Okay, I put the title in the chat just so we have it. I really want to draw attention actually to Madison's comment about the way that disabled people are martyred, because I feel like that's kind of a big thing that happens in fantasy as well, if anyone had any opinions
Oh yeah, 100%.
there.
I think there is a balance. Sorry, go on, Maeve.
Yeah, the fridging of disabled people is awful, and it's just like this person was a tool for the main character to look better and have more trauma. And it's also something that happens with people of color too. I'm a disabled person of color and a woman, and so all of us together, it's like I have seen it where it's been fridging, and it's like, oh, that's so gross.
Yeah, I think there's also, especially when we're specifically talking fantasy, there is this whole trope of like the kind of all-powerful, all-knowing disabled character, where their disability is why they're seen as like this perfect being because the disability counteracts like the perfection of their soul or whatever, which is such a terrible trope. It's such a harmful trope.
You're literally describing the guy from the Game of Thrones. What's
that guy's name? God, what's that kid's name?
Tyrion.
He's so insignificant that I don't remember.
Yeah. Oh, he was a Stark, wasn't he?
He was the youngest Stark.
Yes, that guy.
Starks.
No, he's not Stark. He's not a Stark because they're Stark brothers. No, he's the House of the Lion, and I can't remember what their last Lannister. Tyrion Lannister. That's his name.
No, I was talking about the boy in the chair.
Tyrion kind of falls into that as well. He is a disabled character who is put into a position of power because he's distinct from everyone else. Him slapping Joffrey around the face is a particularly interesting part of the story.
That's fantastic. One of the best moments from Tyrion.
Oh yeah, 100%. But the example I wanted to bring up now, I want to preface this with this isn't the writers of Epic's fault, because the disablement of this character comes from the original source material that Jorge was writing about. But Tiresias in Epic, in the Odyssey, is the blind prophet. Yeah, and that is probably the most common representation of empowered disability in this way, is the blind prophet. He can see the future but not the present.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's also like kind of the fantasy version of feeding into this expectation for disabled people to kind of like be perfect to justify their disability. Like if you have a disabled character in a work, they either are treated as a tragedy or a success story. And it's this idea that like, oh, but if they have this great, powerful story, then they get to be that success story. I love mediocre disability rep. Disabled characters who are kind of like a little crappy, just like every human being is, are my favorite thing.
I also would like to see more people who are just angry sometimes about their disabilities, because we see them as perfect little angels a lot of the time, where like some days I can't read some days, and I'm just like because I can't read.
This is going to seem very sad, and it is very sad, but this is a great example of this that happened in real life. And a friend of mine was able-bodied, and was in a car accident and completely lost the use of one of her legs and lost all nerve sensation in one of her legs, and in a moment was suddenly disabled. And I was talking to her about it and about how she can get the accommodations she needs, how she can get things like a mobility car, which in the UK is like an adapted car scheme. And she was completely surprised when I said to her, "You're allowed to be angry." And she was like, "What?" And I was like, "Everyone is going to tell you, just buck up, get your chin up, be happy." And no, be angry.
Be
You've
happy you're
lost the
alive.
function of your body. Be angry about it. You're allowed to be angry.
And people always say, like, be happy you're alive. Like, oh, you're so smart, even though you're disabled. I am smart because of my disabilities, not in spite of. Yeah, assholes.
I hate the qualifying compliments.
Yes.
You're so well spoken for an autistic girl.
Oh.
Well, you don't look disabled. No, I don't want to hear it.
And
If you-
I usually say
have
you look
trouble-
stupid.
I have trouble accepting compliments at the best of times. Don't backhand a compliment with my disability.
And one thing I always say is, well, and you don't look ignorant or stupid, but here we are. Or I sometimes if they're very like mean, like they're like, "Oh, you poor, I'm so sorry," and I'm like, "I'm so sorry for you." I
I've got
I'm
a
not
response, but I also want to respond to Madison really quickly because I feel like it's important to reiterate that you are allowed to be angry
Yes.
about the fact that your body doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Even though I was born with my disability, I am allowed to be angry that my body doesn't work the way it's supposed to. If the next person who says pray for me, but I'm very careful about how far away they are from me. But the other thing is that I find I think there is an issue of people trying too hard to dance around us. And what happens is, instead of saying, "What's wrong with you?" people say, "Oh, what happened to you?" And I'm like, nothing. I was born.
Born.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what happened to me. I was born. My bones don't work. They don't like being bones. Nothing happened to me. I came out this way, honey.
It's so interesting.
I actually, you guys are literally describing basically the plot line from my book, because my character, he's an able-bodied person, and he has a brain tumor, but he thinks he was only having like headaches because he was working too much, drinking too much, and a lot of pressure, and it was right by the Brexit. I don't write fantasy, I write contemporary thing. So, and by the time the Brexit comes, he has a kind of like a syncope, and then he's rushed to the hospital, and then he finds that he has a tumor growing and making pressure against his eye optic nerve, and he suddenly becomes blind.
That's so
And
interesting.
so everything after that point is literally going down the drain because his bride leaves him. His father disavows him. Does not say, "I don't want you close to work anymore." He loses his job. His cousin has an accident, and he keeps losing things. And he spends most of the time angry with the situation. And he says, "Oh, why this is happening to me? I was hot. I drove cars. I had money. I had a very good life. And why this is happening to me?" And there's a bunch of people throughout the story doing exactly what you guys were saying in the comments. "Oh, I'm going to pray for you. Everything is going to be
Sorry,
fine. You
God
have
has
to
a
be
plan for you."
happy."
I literally just had to hold my breath to not
Yeah.
scream at what
Yeah.
my emotions.
And that's the rage I'm putting in a character, because he literally wants to punch everyone, saying, "I'm going to pray for you." So I don't need your prayers. I want my life back.
I
One thing
remember getting into an argument with a friend because the youth center that I went to was doing a rock climbing day, and I was like, "I'm gonna go do it. I'm gonna go do it. It sounds like fun." And this friend fully had like a 4-hour argument with me about whether or not I should. And I was like, hold up. Take a step back. I
That's
am
your
a
body.
grown adult making a decision about my own time and my own body. You're not my boss. You're not my parent. And even if you were my parent, I was, 24 years old at this point? No,
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
And
And I feel like a lot of people keep saying, "Oh, you should be happy. You're lucky because you're alive." Uh, yes, I'm happy I'm alive, but I'm still angry. I think people have the right of being angry at the situation, because most of the time people just come with, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm going to pray for you so you can get better." And that's something that I was talking in the beginning on the season of the thing. One of the conditions of the story, he doesn't get his eyesight back. That was the condition on my story. So he becomes blind, and everybody keeps saying, "Oh, don't worry, you're going to do the operation, everything's going to be fine, and you're going to get your eyesight back." And throughout the story, he keeps, "Oh, maybe yes," but he has to settle down with the idea that it's never going to happen.
Something I just saw in the comments and I thought about is I hate it when people say we're going to use a disabled. We're not going to use disabled people in disabled media. So like a character from like a TV show is disabled, but they're not actually going to use a disabled person. Music comes to mind, and like that. And I've had fights with my mother about this because she's like, "Well, they're actors." And I'm like, "Yes, but you wouldn't put a white woman in Harriet Tubman's place."
So for me, I see this with disability, I see it very similar to the trans discussion. And that is that if trans actors were awarded the same number of opportunities as cis actors, then I wouldn't actually have an issue as much with cis actors playing trans characters. But as it is, trans actors are already shoehorned into limited trans roles. And when you then take that role away from a trans actor and give it to a cis actor, you are then doing the same thing with disability. And it's more complicated than that because of lived experience. But as a general thing, I would have way less issue with it if the actors that actually represented those characters had the same opportunities as their counterparts.
And one thing I really like, it was a good movie. I forgot the name. It was a movie where a child had a facial deformity. And I was like, okay, but where's an actor that has a similar facial deformity? Why are you then like putting an actor who does not know what that lived experience is like? And it was a child actor. Wonder. Wonder. That's what I meant.
So for me, I think that disability is part of my dissertation was on the fact that from the early 2000s onwards, the quantity of disability representation spiked, but the quality did not.
Yes.
No.
100%.
So like for me, one of the things that I am gonna reference Fourth Wing here because I read it to assess its disability rep. It put itself forward as a disability focused book, and I wanted to analyze that. And one of the things that I did find really interesting about Violet is the fact that Dane consistently tells her, "You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do this. Your body can't handle this." To which she firmly responds to back the hell off because she's doing it anyway.
Yeah.
And she'll find a way to do it that accommodates her disability. But one of the things that kind of bugs me, and this one isn't exclusive to able-bodied writers, it happens with disabled authors as well, because it's one thing that we don't tend to think about very much, is when a character never pushes the limits of their disability.
Yeah.
When in reality, every single person on this panel pushes the limits of their disability in one way or another every day.
And one thing that's interesting is I didn't like the meltdown scene in The Good Doctor. There was a couple meltdown scenes I didn't like, and I have meltdowns because of my sensory processing disorder and my ADHD. And when these specifically sensory meltdowns happened, it's like, no, that's like, yes, he's overwhelmed, but partially emotional, partially sensory. It makes sense why he would have it, but it doesn't look right. And it doesn't look right because it was written by not disabled people.
A better representation of that exact thing happening actually came years before in Grey's Anatomy.
Yes,
and
I
you
remember.
have doctors coming to look at the hospital, and they bend the rules in order to accommodate the patient, which is a very reasonable thing to do, but it sends her into a meltdown. And she takes herself off to another room, and then when someone follows her, she explains what is happening and what she needs in that moment as an adult. And then at the end of the episode, she goes, I may be autistic, but I know when I'm being mocked.
Yeah, that's I know exactly what you're talking about, and I loved that scene. And I just think The Good Doctor wasn't. It said it was such a good representation for autism, not autistic, autism, and it really wasn't. And that's because it was also like the guy wasn't autistic, who the lead was.
I do want to jump in and say, like, well, I think definitely The Good Doctor does suffer from that trope where you're having someone pretend to have a disability they don't have. I don't think it's necessarily that the way that Sean as a character meltdowns is wrong, and more so that it's like inappropriate for a non-autistic act. Because I know autistic people have meltdowns that way, and I know a lot of autistic people, especially like earlier diagnosed autistic men, very much relate to Sean as a character, and I think that's also an important, like, some, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of meltdowns are very big and very yelly and very repetitive speech. I think what feels so wrong about it is just the knowledge that he doesn't have that, and it feels kind of mocking.
I meant to say it felt off, not wrong. I apologize.
So I have a really interesting theory about the difference between what I call girltism and boytism. Now, I am non-binary, but I was raised and socialized as a girl. And I do have to say, this wasn't the case in my specific family unit. There were two of us who had autism growing up, and we were raised nearly dead on the same. However, I do find generally, having worked with other disabled adults and in a large community of disabled adults now, that I find that while boys and young boys with autism are socialized to expect accommodations for their issues, girls tend to be socialized to rise above those issues.
Definitely. And
guys tend to be social. This isn't like, I'm not applying this to everyone. I want to say this is just a phenomena that I have noticed, is that girls are raised to accommodate themselves, whereas boys tend to be raised to expect accommodation.
So one thing I see that's interesting is within the DSM-5 and other disability and disability testing, there is the case of it being gendered. So sometimes you get a gendered test.
Yeah.
I have to go. Thank you so much for your time. And I love your work, and I'm following you.
Thank you for joining us.
As well.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
I have to say, I'm loving being on this panel.
Yeah, we got like very off topic, but like I think most of us have said that we're some kind of neurodivergent, so it's gonna happen, and it's that's very delightful, important conversations. On gendered autism traits, though, I do want to just like throw in as a quick note that a lot of those gender things, because they're things based on socialization, are things that only really affect lower support needs autistic people. Like, we don't see as much of that divide in higher support needs autistic girls and boys.
I have actually noticed it does apply more to lower support needs autistic people, but it is still enforced in a way in higher support needs. It's more to do with the way things like meltdowns and communication issues are managed at that point. But yeah, it's just, and I'm really trying to be careful not to apply this generally to everyone, but it's just something that I've noticed certainly where I live in kind of a lower income area of Britain, that boys with autism tend to be socialized one specific way and girls tend to be socialized the other. And again, to counter my own point, that didn't happen in my family unit. That me and my brother were raised very, very similarly and expected to learn to be independent, even if that meant my mum spent 7 years teaching me how to wash clothes. And yeah, it really did take 7 years. It's kind of embarrassing.
But I also think that one of the reasons why the boys' autism is accommodated is because they are actually diagnosed as autistic.
Yeah, and they are the basis for the diagnostic.
Exactly.
Mechanics.
Yeah, and normally girls, if they are diagnosed, they are done in a later stage and even in adulthood. So there is this whole gap of a whole period of their lives that they're just going through issues, and people were just telling her that they are moody, or you're on your period. Oh gosh, you're on your period. You have PMS.
To lasso this back into the original topic, I think this also comes into play in that with the different diagnostic criteria, the idea of not writing protagonists that you don't represent kind of applies to gender when you're talking about things like autism as well.
That's true. It's complicated.
Yeah, I don't know. Very, very messy topic. And we have, Kira's leaving. Bye, Kira. Thank you for joining us.
Have a lovely evening, Kira.
And how they present and how they are treated is so different and such interesting. Yeah, like I think a lot of the things that we call, like, that's why it's so difficult to talk about gender changes, because I have heard a lot of people in autistic spaces talk about it like there's like the girl gene autism and the boy gene autism, and it seems to be, based on most studies, a lot more to do with the socialization than with the actual. So I always get a little scared when we have these conversations. I don't want to accidentally fall into that.
So autism at its root is a rewiring of the synapses in the brain to function differently. That is what autism is. It's very, very basic simplification of it. However, every human being in existence learns through socialization, and the way you are socialized is going to impact the way your synapses react, even within the same diagnosis.
Yeah.
Okay, if anyone in the chat also had a specific topic they would like us to discuss, especially if it falls into the overarching topics, I don't want to just like force these people to talk about literally anything. Please let us know.
One of the things that I mentioned this the other day when we were in your live is my brain's just blanked. Give me a second. Oh yeah, if you have a disabled character and the mechanics of your world erase the negative impacts of that disability on their life, you no longer have a disabled character.
I can give you an example of it in Jose Saramago, The Blindness, the one about the blindness where everybody becomes blind at the same time. And the person who was strange in the ward was the person who could see.
Yeah.
It was the only one person. So everybody suddenly became blind. And that's a very fantastic book that I read at a university. And yeah, of course, the whole dystopia is the society fell apart, and people couldn't handle being blind as normal beings. They became animals, finally, basically. But it was a leveling field, so everybody is blind. Everybody has the same problem. So reactions are different, but the disability is the right one.
So I have an example of two varying representations of this, but they're from video games. So in Sekiro, the character loses an arm, but the arm he then gets back, the mechanical arm, is a grappling hook and a flamethrower. And I'm like, at that point, that's not really a disabled character anymore, because at no point in the gameplay does he experience a lot of negative effects from being a very recent amputee using a prosthetic. Whereas in Liza P, even though P is a puppet, the arm that he's using, his right arm, doesn't fit. So because of that, every so often the character model will just do this because he's trying to accommodate the fact that his arm doesn't work properly because it doesn't actually fit his body. Even though he's not even human, technically, he's a puppet with a soul. So it's really interesting how the same kind of style of media, they're both Souls-likes as well, so they're the same genre of that media as well, can represent the same thing completely differently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of my pet peeves that I think is like kind of two of your pet peeves actually mushed together, Kit, is specifically characters who become disabled over the course of a story, and then that's like instantly rectified and instantly canceled out by something. Like I've read so many stories that I pick up because they're, especially I find blindness is a really, really big one, where you pick them up and you're like told that the character becomes disabled, and they're like, they do, but a chapter later they get a superpower or a magical power that contradicts the entire thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
The thing I was trying to tell you, mentioned, well, what is your worst representation and of a character? And I actually have her here because I love her. I love her, but she is terrible disability representation. This is Barbara Gordon. This is Batgirl. If you know anything about Barbara Gordon's story from the comics, is Barbara becomes paralyzed during the Killing Joke. Again, already one of my, I don't want to say least favorite. That sounds really cruel to paralyzed people. Paralyzed people deserve representation. We need to change the proportion, not by reducing paralyzed rep, but increasing other rep. But she becomes paralyzed, and she becomes Oracle instead of Batgirl because she can't be Batgirl anymore. Fair enough. Except every time they want Batgirl back, she gets some magic alien mechanical tech to repair her spine, and then when they want Oracle again, they break the tech, and then she's back to Oracle, instead of just making her ambulatory. This has been going on for 15 years.
Because they don't know how to fix her. Or
No,
once
if they'd...
for all.
Yeah, if they'd had her, like, completely lose the function of her legs initially, and then slowly kind of gain progress, and then go back a little bit, and then gain some more progress until she kind of becomes ambulatory, that I would find a lot more respectable than just bouncing her in and out of spinal paralysis every time they want Batgirl back.
I saw a poster, I haven't looked into it, so I'm not sure if it's true, saying that, like, speaking of disabled superheroes, Starfire from Teen Titan has EDS now, which I think is an interesting and cool choice as someone who's only seen Teen Titan, like the awful Teen Titan Go thing with camp kids before. But I've seen a lot of people also complaining because she's like an alien, that it's impossible for her to have EDS even though she's an alien, which, like, in my opinion, I know actually CJ has ridden someone with EDS because of magical stuff, right? And I have too. We've both done that thing.
Interesting. Starfire is from a planet with higher gravity than Earth, so actually, if anything, she's more likely to have EDS.
No, literally, that's like, I've literally never seen it, and I was in the comment section being like, no, her body was designed for a different atmosphere. Like, I have a mermaid character who's stuck in a human-shaped body, and she has EDS, because different pressure systems. It makes so much sense to me, and if that's why they did it, I think that's so cool, but I haven't looked into it that much.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, if you're... I'm going to put a slight content warning on reading The Killing Joke if you're interested in Barbara's story, because it's a great comic, but it is wild and it is dark.
Good to know. Okay, we missed, I think, important question in the chat from Robo. It says, I'd love to get ideas of how to manage disability in fantasy settings without erasing the disability.
So I would suggest starting from agency first. Anytime you are writing a disabled character, start with agency. What agency does this character have or want to claim over their life? Because when you start with obstacles, what you often end up with is a very passive disabled character.
Mm-hmm. And I also feel like an important thing is keeping in mind how long they've had the disability and what kind of accommodations they'd already have in place. Because I've read, like, several books where the character has supposedly been disabled maybe since birth, sometimes for years, and they'll, like, encounter things that they obviously would have encountered before, and then the book's like, oh no, what are they gonna do? And they have to, I'm like, they would have already done all of this. Disabled people aren't all, like, babies new to the world just because the reader might be new to reading that disability. And I think it's really cool to see all the ways that they've already problem solved in their life, and I think that's sometimes even more helpful than seeing all of the new ways that they're problem solving in their life.
I feel like the exponent character is really useful in that. Like, if you are aware that your audience has not read a lot of disability and you're trying to represent an experienced disabled person, then you do the trope where they make a new friend and the new friend doesn't understand anything, so they end up explaining to the new friend all the time why they're doing what they're doing, and that kind of introduces it while still giving the disabled person experience. Like, me and my friend Joe made some TikToks talking about how if you see a wheelchair user struggling, and you ask to help, fine, absolutely. One, don't do it without asking me. You're probably not going to like the response. And two, once I have told you, no, I'm fine, but thank you, don't hover around me waiting for me to need help. I've been using a wheelchair for as long as I have been using legs. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, Robo, no, it's exactly that trope, but I think less terrible than the world dumping an entire history that a character should know trope, because a lot of people genuinely, like, do expect disabled people in the real world to be walking diagnostic manuals. Like, it's not that unrealistic to me to have someone have to explain every little thing about their life to another character.
And a lot of it comes down to respecting the no. So it's absolutely fine to ask me about my disability while I'm out and about, or ask me about my chair, or, you know, have your child ask me about your chair. Because I actually think that's really important that you encourage children to be able to talk to people in wheelchairs. But it's also okay if I say no, because sometimes I just want to do my shopping.
Yeah, I work with kids. Like I'm doing this as part of my teaching program, which I think I mentioned before. And I'm a cane user, and that's like a visible thing. And I loved talking. Like I think it's so important to talk to kids about disability, especially because I work with younger years. Because ableism is such a learned thing. I think even more so than other forms of bigotry. Because I do know like a lot of people who experience things like racism or queer phobia in teaching, and I've seen that happening in teaching. But ableism, just because most kids have not met many disabled people, like they don't have that learned experience to have that bigotry that they have with other things. I think can be so impactful to be like a positive first experience with a disabled person.
So I'm going to respond to Robert. So one of the things that my lecturer taught me during my MA was that of all of the things that you write for this world, your reader only actually needs to know about 2% of it. As interesting as it is, and as like confounding as these worlds can be, your reader does not need to know all of it. It does not all need to be in the book. You need to know it for the book to make sense, but your reader doesn't. Yeah, I'm not an education major, but I do work in education. I work in adult education. I'm a specialist note taker for students with disabilities.
I actually have very detailed profiles that I copy pasted and make maybe Frankenstein from most of my characters, and most of the time it's not going into the book. So yeah. I just want to know how they react and how they are going to say things and how they are going to react to things, and what, in this case, what kind of mental diseases I am describing or mental disturbances and syndromes they have, and how I'm going to represent them. But I'm not going to come out and say directly, hey, this person is crazy. Is that, well, their actions and their the way the person is written in the story is going to represent that. But that information is for me.
I think there is a line between writing representations of bigotry and platforming bigotry through your novel.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all about how does the main cast, how do the characters that you're actually supposed to idolize and empathize with respond to that?
That's true.
And I think it also, again, comes back to, I don't think you have to be writing own voice to write bigotry. I think you have to be writing own voice for the story to be about bigotry. Like, I know so many, especially like as I did my undergrad in English, there's a lot of pretentious white men who really like to write experiences that are just like pure trauma about things that they have not been through. And I raise my eyebrow on whether that is coming from a place of actually wanting to explore characters or a thinly veiled attempt to explore your own bigotry and to write a novel kind of reveling in that.
I think that novels that center on the bigotry that a minority community faces are another thing that really needs to be in-house, certainly for now, because the point is never to platform it. The point is always to critique it. And if no one in the setting and no one in the narrative challenges that behavior or reacts to that behavior, then you're not critiquing it, you're platforming it. You're essentially writing a how-to book.
Mm-hmm. No, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think Cryptid is saying something interesting, but I don't know if there's a part 2 to that comment. Because it's 2 out of something.
That is part 2. I have a side character that's magically blind and it's magical mentor trope. Cryptid, your first comment got TikTok blocked, so you might want to reconsider the wording for that. Because annoyingly, TikTok won't tell you when it takes your comments down in live. It just takes them down. And it still shows up for you, but we can't see it.
And And I find it interesting that if we have some misogyny or something directly to the person with a disability, there must be some commentary. I mean, for example, if some, I have a scene in the book that it was inspired in some Reddit that I read. So basically, the Reddit that I read was the person is blind with a walking cane, and a Karen, they literally call her a Karen, and her demon spawn, they go talk to them, and then the person cannot answer because she's blind, and the person assumes, oh, you're lying, and then she incentivizes the kid to steal away the walking cane and run away because they just want to play with that because they thought it was a toy. And when I read that Reddit, I knew that I wanted to use that specific scene in my story, but well, there is something similar happens with the main character because he's blind. A tourist comes over, talk to him. So you're lying. You're not blind because my cousin is blind and your eyes are not white. So basically, she has her own experience with that, and she thinks she knows everything about blindness. All the blind people are exactly the same, and says, no, I'm really blind. So
in terms of the not a toy thing, I actually had to deal with that with my own nibblings, especially around my electric wheelchair.
Exactly.
And having to set the boundary that no, that is not a toy. That is not for you to play with.
Yeah. So there's a kind of a discussion and a shuffle over there because the main character goes there. You are acting as a bully. There will always be a bigger bully in life. And if your mother is not teaching you, I will be going to be teaching you because I'll be your bully. This is not a toy. Give it back. So if there's something related to the disability, I was reading something about, I don't know what is the name of the actor who wrote a line about, oh, we are in California and somebody should be picking the oranges here and they should be people with dubious visas. I don't know if you saw this comment somewhere. And there was no commentary afterwards. There was no, hey, this is unpolite. No, these are so there was no commentary later on. So I think that if you see something that if you're writing, especially as a writer, if you're writing something that there must that's wrong. There must be an immediate commentary. Say, hey, this is wrong. You should be ashamed of yourself or something like that because I know that if it was me, punches would be thrown, and that's why it's I so much wanted this scene because, of course, there will be punches in my story. In the real one in Reddit, there wasn't, but in mine, there will be some kerfuffle there. Yeah.
Cryptid, sorry, I'm sort of losing the thread of your comments here, but I think the line that you're going down is very tropey with that. The white-eyed blind mentor, specifically magical mentor, is I don't want to say the name for this trope because it will get me taken off TikTok, but it is the magical disabled person trope.
It's a trope.
The other thing I
Good
wanted to
suppressing
say-
yourself there.
The other thing I want to say is there is actually an able-bodied writer. Well, I think she's able-bodied. She's on TikTok, and I'm Sharon J. Zhao. And I was reading her series, Ein Widow, and in the sequel, Heavenly Parent, there is a minor spoiler here, so like apologies. But in the sequel, the protagonist has to use a wheelchair short term because of damage done to her body, and she's in a wheelchair, and the other I'm trying very hard not to spoil this too badly. The other primary character that she doesn't trust and doesn't like starts pushing her, and she expresses such a sincere level of discomfort that somebody she doesn't trust has control of the movement of her body. And it's the tiniest little part of this book, but that little part of being like, there is a person I don't trust in control of my movement. I don't like this, is such a fantastic tiny little piece of disability rep, because that is what it's like when someone just comes up behind me and grabs my chair handles. I'm like, I am gonna swing. There's no. So, but I thought it was really interesting that actually that one able-bodied writer did manage to have a little piece of really good representation.
I also, Cryptid, I'm wondering, because yeah, like Kit was saying, that is a very tropey thing as like someone speaking who's not vision impaired beyond like glasses. Is there a purpose to the character's blindness? And if you're like attached to blind rep in that book, is there a reason that it can't be another character who's blind? Because if the reason for them being blind is just because that's like, and that's not saying you did a bad thing, it's just a very subconscious thing to have, like the magical mentor character be blind in that very specific way. Okay, yeah, sorry, I think you needed to be explained too. Yeah, like it's like, it's so hard with fantasy tropes because so many fantasy tropes are so rooted in like ableism and racism, and I never read something and immediately go like, oh, this author has done something wrong. But a lot of the times it's like, oh, this is a trope that's bad and needs to be talked about more.
And often we subconsciously continue these tropes and we're not intentionally misrepresenting people in this way. It's just that this is the way these stories have been told. These are the stories that we grew up with. And
These
we're
are
used to those
archetypes.
representations of those characters. So it's not necessarily you doing something intentionally wrong, so much as it was actually a really good thing for you to come here and talk to a panel of disabled writers about whether or not that was an appropriate use for that character.
So Robo has left. They're out of order because one of them got suppressed. A series of comments. I can read them out, hopefully. So, well, none of my main cast have disability currently that I know of. I want to have background characters with disability. So I want to know what kind of aids would be good at a mobility level and at a commoner level without being mean about, like, spider chair is great, but I don't think a back is affording a spider chair. And I think that's the last one. I think it's like...
No, so I think they did correct that to Baker. So I think what they're saying is a spider chair is a really cool thing. You know, it can climb stairs. It's a great variation on a wheelchair, but it's unlikely to be something that a baker is going to be able to afford. So how would that accommodation change?
Okay. I mean, I feel like that's very real. I don't use a wheelchair, so maybe Kix use a power chair, you said? I feel like that's very real to life, though. There's a lot of wheelchair users who should probably have things like power chairs who just don't have them yet because it's so expensive.
I'm actually going through the process of getting my wheelchair changed because it's completely undoable for me. So I have two chairs. I have a manual chair and a power chair. The power chair I can't take in my car because the thing weighs 10 stone. Like the thing weighs 140 pounds. And my manual chair is designed primarily for someone else to push. Now, my primary carer has grade 3 lung problems. She isn't pushing anybody. So for me, it actually ends up being really heavy and clunky and not actually what I need out of a chair. Cryptid, I do want to mention, you've slid accidentally straight into another negative trope. I'm really sorry, sweetheart, but disability as a punishment is another trope that is often overused and is kind of a poor representation of disability. Very, very few exemptions on how it's done.
Yeah, and I also
historical fiction and it really happened, then we understand. But if it's fiction, try to avoid it.
Well, and I also kind of question the positioning of that character as someone who let people abuse working class and then becomes a mentor. Maybe there's a bunch of in-between things I don't know, but it seems kind of like they were made blind and then had like a big kind of like personal moral growth because of it, which I think is actually maybe also feeding into that like disability makes people these great, incredible, magical people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
why my guy remains an asshole until somebody kicks some sense on him. Kitty, I actually have a question for you. As you said that you have a chair.
Yeah.
What would be your reaction if you were, for example, in an event or something, and somebody held your handles and tried to move you away to give space for yourself?
Okay, so I'm going to make this as TikTok friendly as I can.
Thank you.
I will and have swung. I
Because-
don't know how to translate that into American. In my case, I have degenerative arthritis, specifically in my hips. So I have walking days and I have non-walking days. I have days where I can walk around a bit unassisted and days where I can walk, but I need to be assisted. I just have a robot on top of my car that drops my manual chair at the side. It's really cool. But for me, I absolutely detest being pushed. Even when I've asked for it, I still hate the sensation of someone else managing my movement. So for a complete stranger, or at least for
Yeah.
someone who hasn't even bothered to address me,
Yeah.
to come up behind me and start pushing my chair, one, that is legally and ethically assault.
Mm-hmm.
A wheelchair is considered part of a body. Putting your hands on another person's body is assault. It is literally that simple. And two, it's just rude.
Because I'm asking because there's this case that was in the TV in a couple of months ago where the girl went to the bathroom and left her a chair outside, and it was in a bar, and the chair was on the top of the stairs, and this guy thought that the chair was taking space, so he threw the chair down the stairs. You seen that episode?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my question is, are there legal remedies? Because you said this is paramount to abuse. And I agree.
It's not paramount to. It is literally, like, in the States and in the UK at least, it is legally assault. If you put your hands on a wheelchair user's wheelchair while they are in that chair, that is their body.
Okay.
Damaging it, using it to move them, all of those things are legally assault. I just want to answer Cryptid a second. So my suggestion for you, Cryptid, is because I can see that you are really trying and you are struggling with this element of your writing. When it comes to drafting a book, if you keep a disabled character, and I really hope you do, then make sure that your beta readers, your ARC readers, or a paid sensitivity reader is a disabled person, and that their specific focus in ARC reading that and editing that for you is to look at the representation of those characters.
Yeah. But continuing the question before, because you said it is abuse then. So if it is written as abuse and in the law, there are legal remedies to this. Do you know what are the punishments? If somebody, for example, got the handle and tried to move you away just to give space for their family, or anyway,
In the UK,
to move to any sort of time, because this is not a part of the law that I'm aware of. I'm curious.
certainly in the UK, I can only answer from the UK because that's where I live. If, for example, my hands are likely to be on my wheels, I have brake pads. If you push me forward, you are going to push my hand into the brake pad. That is actual bodily harm, which is kind of like class 1. If you severely damage the chair or you severely damage me in any way, then that goes into grievous bodily harm. And both of those are like imprisonable offenses. So yeah, it's often not applied in the way that it should be for wheelchair users, but that is the way the law is set up with regard to wheelchair, is that it is not a body in a wheelchair. It is a body.
It is
and the
body.
wheelchair is part of that body.
Yeah.
I want to clarify here. This doesn't apply to if you think you're going to fall and you put your hand on my chair to keep yourself from fall. Absolutely fine. At that point, you're not doing any harm to me. You're preventing harm to yourself. Fair enough. If you get tumbled over and you bump into me, those things happen to anyone. And,
Yes.
and I'm not going to have a go at you for those things. It is the intentional.
The difference is
I
the
have
intention.
the power to move you without your consent.
Because I feel like also from my own experience and also from my research, but I was doing for the blindness aspect, but I know that there are a lot of literature regarding the people in wheelchairs and something. Most of the time, as you were saying, that people think that you are either infantilized or you suddenly, just because you lost the ability of use a limb or use your eyes or even your legs, you automatically need help.
Yeah.
And people just assume that you have no ability of doing anything on your own. I mean, you can learn how to do it in a different way, but it doesn't mean that you became totally useless. You're still able to do things. And I think that's the part of the book that I have been struggling the most, because not only the person has to accept that he has to relearn how to do things, but people have to learn not to also to look at the person and see that he is able.
Yeah.
To do
I am
things.
able first.
Yes.
But I do want to just respond to Rainy Window, who said, I'm curious about what characters in fantasy who have a disability but a power as well. Now, I can't see the second half of your comment yet, Rainy, but what I am going to say is one of my kind of things is I am fine with a disabled character that has powers. I don't want a disabled character whose powers overwrite their disability.
Adding a note on that, I think, and this is fully because I have a book coming out that does that, but I think an interesting thing to do too is if a power, and again, I think this should mostly be unvoiced, if a power is overriding disability, I think there needs to be a cost to that power. Like, I'm not opposed to characters having things that might override their disability if it's something that like fatigues them severely, because that's like a real life metaphor, you know? If it's something that like can put them in physical pain, because that is a real life metaphor. Like Kate was talking about earlier, a lot of disabled people do things that push us past our limits sometimes, and if your magic is very specifically counteracting disability in a way to examine that, I think it's fine. But that is such a niche situation.
So one of the things, because I often get asked, like, why do you go dancing? Why do you go rock climbing? Why do you do these things? You know they're going to hurt you. And the answer I always give that if I never did anything that would hurt my body, I would spend the rest of my life laid in bed, and that is not a life I want to live.
Yeah.
Now, one of my, because I have a lot of like conflicting health stuff. I really like saying, like, I'm here for a medium time, not a long time. Because there's a lot of things I'll do that, like, technically not the healthiest thing, but they're the healthiest thing for my body.
Yeah.
And, like, my goal, just because of health stuff, is not, like, I'm going to live to, like, 90 years old and there's going to be no problems with my body. Like, even, like, things like using a cane are technically bad for different parts of my body. But if I don't use a cane, I can't be doing a lot of, like, really important things right now. And my goal right now is living as well as I can for as long as I can, even if that's not, like, as long as an abled person would.
So I want to Rainy's place the rest of their comment. So with Toph from Avatar The Last Airbender specifically, who is actually one of my favorite pieces of disability representation, but she's arguably not the best piece of disability representation. The first important thing to note is that there are situations where Toph's vibration doesn't work. From the second they get to the desert, it makes it very clear, and when they're on the back of Appa, that Toph cannot sense the space around her in those situations. And it's likely not that she couldn't sense vibrations through sand at all, but that because she had never been in those situations, she'd never been on a warship, she'd never been on a flying bison, she'd never been in a desert, she hadn't learned how to process the information that she was receiving. However, in her early moments, she does fall into the trap of the disabled person whose disability is overwritten by their power. They did a lot of work on that with the sand in the airship, but she does fall into that. There are other parts of her that are absolutely brilliant, like the part where she goes, "It's over there," is what one of you will say. Like, so Toph is a great character, and she is a great disabled character, but I don't necessarily think she is the best example of representation. I have to counter your point there, Robo, because Toph went around the Earth Kingdom erecting random statues of herself and challenging any authority to take them down again on the threat of Toph.
No, I love that Toph is literally a child, and yet one of my favorite examples of the disabled people who are allowed to kind of be assholes trope. Like, she's so great. She's such like an actual child while also being disabled, and I think that's wonderful.
Knowing what I do about like their lives in between those points as well, Toph doesn't necessarily get better. Like the statue thing was when she was a whole adult. She just went around the Earth Kingdom, popped up a statue of herself with earthbending, and went, "Go on, take it down, I dare ya." But yeah, that was just Toph being Toph, not Toph being blind. Yeah, and you know, disabled people are like any other people. It is entirely feasible to write a brilliant piece of disabled representation and have the character be an utter word I can't say on TikTok because, yep. At the same time, that's fine.
I think, kind of just because it feels like we're conversation lagging, to go back to discussion topic, and one thing that I don't think we super have discussed yet with Kira narratives, one of my personal issues with Kira narratives, because I don't think my issue is that disabled people aren't allowed to want to be cured. Because like I said, I think it's important to hold space for that, and that like a lot of disabled people and disabled characters would actively pursue cure in a magical world. But it's specifically this idea that if your character becomes cured at the end of the book, what you're essentially left with is a character who, like, while they're suffering, while they're struggling, is disabled. Then they get cured, then they are no longer disabled and no longer relatable to most disabled audiences who can't access those kinds of cures, and that's when they get their happily ever after. And that, to me, is one of the big problems with it, when we only get to see characters have their big successful moments once they're no longer disabled and once they're no longer relatable.
Yeah, and I think it's perfectly fine for disabled people. It's fine for us to wish we could be cured or to hope for a cure. It is another thing entirely for an able-bodied person to expect us to want to be cured. And I do think even with own voice, you have to be careful with that, because you are not writing in a vacuum, and you're never going to have a book that only disabled people ever buy. So even with own voice, you still have to be careful of those curative narratives. Maybe not avoid them, but be careful of them so that you don't reinforce that idea within able-bodied people that every disabled person is seeking a cure.
And I think a really easy way to deal with that, honestly, to deal with a lot of issues with writing disability, is to just have more disabled people in your cast. Like, because being disabled is a diverse experience. You can have characters who want to pursue cures, characters who don't. Even things like the disabled mentor trope is no longer a negative trope to me if the main character is also someone who is in kind of like the same disability umbrella as the mentor character.
Yeah. There's an interesting representation of that in The Morganville Vampires by Rachel Kane. Manon is a character with ostensibly vampire dementia, which was really interesting. That there are vampires that are essentially so old that they have developed vampiric dementia is such an interesting story point in itself. But one of the things I really liked about Manon's representation is that he is seeking a cure badly. He is constantly like inventing and trying to make new things to try and cure it, but it's not working. And that, I think, is a really interesting plot point, especially because he is deteriorating. He has this condition. One of his things is that he can never wear the right footwear. He forgets where he's going, so he ends up walking into a ball of like the highest people wearing flip-flops. But the fact that he is seeking a cure, one, for his own condition, not just on behalf of other people, and two, that he is not succeeding at it, are really interesting like plot points for a disabled character.
So Reed says, in D&D, I know D&D was mentioned earlier. If there are any gaming people here, I'm curious on opinions on how much disability should be represented in mechanics versus just roleplay and story, which is a thing that's been happening. A lot of discussions on that in my comment sections recently, because I have kind of been posting bait for it. One thing I think is super important is, like, being disabled is something that comes with obstacles, and it is important to honor the fact that it comes with obstacles, but I think especially with a collaborative game like Dungeons & Dragons, it's also really important to make sure that you're not like, the story does not just become about the disabled character. Like you can put them in some situations where their disability is a hindrance, but if it's like every single thing they're doing, they need to come up with some new workaround, you're punishing them for playing a disabled character, and you're making it less fun for everyone else at the table as well, because now the story is about that one person.
So I've actually played, much like Madison, I've designed and played disabled characters in D&D, and one of my favorites was a tabaxi with arthritis. And the thing is that because he is tabaxi and the arthritis was in his legs, much like me, camera back on, his climbing speed was still very fast because he's tabaxi, which for context is a cat-like human. But his running speed, so his flat ground speed, was absolutely tanked, and his distance per move was tanked. But his constitution was very high because he was always in pain, and his balance was very low because his legs don't work properly. He's wobbling around a bit. And instead of having to like build in workarounds for each task, I just kind of built the character in a way that things would be more challenging for them because they have a disability and they were disabled according to their race, but they were still very much a playable character that represented me, and I really enjoyed working on that.
I think also there a cool idea can be like different factors like speed for mobility aids, other factors for different kinds of aids, where you can fully have a character have like 2 different speeds depending on what they're using, especially if you have an ambulatory character.
Yeah. So like this character often used a cane during off moments because much like a lot of us, in the moment when it's life or death, we can do the thing, but we die about it later. But for example, he might not be able to walk, but he could climb up the rafters and swing from the ceiling in the tavern because that involved mostly his arms.
I think we had another question maybe in there that I missed. Oh, it was Robo, not really a question. I'm not sure because I fully haven't read it yet. My thing is, especially with from birth disabilities, Akira needs to have them have a learning curve. It's not instantly all better, which I think is such an apt observation.
I think, for example, for me, if my legs suddenly wanted to be legs and worked perfectly with no pain, I would fly straight to a wall. I would try to walk, run, and go straight to a wall. Like, that would happen, much like Bella in Twilight when she gets vampire speed and can't walk at a normal speed anymore. And probably I would have a really hard time with balance. My legs are different lengths. So if you suddenly fix that, I would constantly be listing around because I'm not used to that.
Same, I have a bone condition affecting only one of my legs that's been affecting that leg since puberty. So at this point, because of it, my legs are slightly different lengths. My spine is shifted slightly. My hips are shifted slightly. Like, if you were to magically cure that, everything else about how I walk would still be a mess, and I'd have to figure that out.
The lower back pain with having a distorted coccyx is unreal.
No, it's crazy.
I have bilateral pathias, so my hip joints deteriorate over time, and because I have a metal hip on the left side, so my left leg is like a couple of inches shorter, so my pelvis lists that way and my spine follows it, and there is no position to correct that spine pain when it comes on.
Yeah, I fully use, like, I have nothing technically wrong with my back beyond just everything else has messed it up at this point, and I fully use back braces for it half the time. So I'm like, it's so bad because all the bones are wrong and they're all doing things to the other bones.
Do you get like loads of like cracks in your back when you stand up? Because I get so many of those.
Yeah.
Or like the feeling like you need to pop your back comes in so much.
We have from Robo again, it says, I feel deaf-blind people. If you suddenly gained one of those senses, that would be, like, honestly kind of torturous.
That would ironically, like, that would be deafening. Yeah, I would be getting, if I was deaf-blind or either and then suddenly got vision, I would be going into one of those, you know, those sensory blocking tanks with the salt water. And I'd tell the attendant, I'd be like, no music, no lights, just lock me in there and leave me alone.
My eyes, I have one that is nearsighted and one that's farsighted. And when I put on my glasses, even though it only corrects the one I can see up close with, like halfway, it's still so disorienting.
Yeah.
And like feels like it's making the room spin. So just suddenly having perfect 20/20 vision in both eyes would just be like, I don't know what I'm doing. I can see, but it's so much worse because my brain is not used to processing the way the world now looks.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm actually having like a strange issue. These are new glasses, and my other glasses had like a normal bridge, and I keep knocking into the lens trying to put these glasses back up my nose because they have the whole like alphabet thing, and I'm just not used to that. So even just something as simple as the shape of the bridge is confusing me.
Yeah.
My glasses are on a chain specifically because I get overwhelmed sensory stuff and I'm nearsighted. So if I'm in public and I get overwhelmed, I literally take them off because then I don't have to process as much of the world.
So one of the things I do is in the morning, I am a coffee addict. I am the kind of person who will not move before coffee. So I don't put my glasses on. And if I haven't put my glasses on yet, that means I'm not ready to do grown-up stuff. I am not ready to be a responsible and productive adult. I can't even see, bro. What do you mean? Leave me alone.
I'm Brazilian. I fully understand the feeling. We are born and nurtured with stuff from childhood. So don't talk to us before coffee.
Robo, to respond to you, actually, my problem would go the other way. When you get a hip replacement, you don't have like all of those fibrous connections between bone and muscle aren't there because it's metal. So my body is overdeveloped muscle in that area so that it can essentially grip it and move it forward, which means that my left leg would suddenly be way too muscular, and that's why I would go flying into a wall.
That's so interesting. I didn't know that about hip replacements.
Yeah, so all your bones have like these kind of connections between the bones and the muscle that help the muscle hold the bone essentially, and they kind of take those off obviously when they give you a hip replacement, and they put this gunk on to prevent cartilage from growing around it. So instead of having all those fibrous connections to the muscles, my femur just kind of sits there with the muscles wrapped around it.
And again, like that depends on if the character has stuff like that. Like if it's a character who, like I think for me, like my left leg is also my bad leg, and it would be underdeveloped because it's just doing leg things right now and less of it than the other leg is doing.
Yeah, and to be fair, my left leg isn't necessarily. My left leg is actually my better leg now because it's had the surgery. Both my sides deteriorate, but because you can only have so many hip replacements on the same leg and they only last a certain amount of time, we're just pushing back as many of the hip replacements as far as we can, so that I don't essentially run out of hips, which is a really weird sentence to say. Yeah, I am pretty metal. My brother calls me Google because I always have an answer to everything, and every time I tap my left leg and tell him, no, Google Chrome.
My sister sends me pictures of flamingos because I stand on one foot all the time, just as like a natural, less painful stance.
It's a very cool nickname, Google Chrome.
I get read a lot for obvious reasons. Let's call it. So there was not necessarily atrophy. So your body learns how to navigate muscles a specific way. So in the initial kind of few days after a hip replacement, your body does not know how to move your leg. Like it does hurt, but it's not that it hurts. It's not it hurts too much to move my leg. It's that your body genuinely cannot work out how to move that leg. No, Robo, when you get a hip replacement, they literally have to leave you a leg to stand on. So, you know, in conversations where you don't have a leg to stand on, you literally have to have a leg to stand on. So any joint that is replaced along your axillary loading of the lower body, so ankles, knees, hips, they will only ever do one at a time because you need a leg to stand on to be able to exercise that hip. There are only very few exceptions to that. So cases where sort of both femurs are broken at the same time or something like that, then they would do it. But in general, they are only ever going to do one at a time.
What is the length of the physiotherapy? It's months, right?
So you get kind of 3 weeks of intensive rotatory physiotherapy to help the muscles learn how to move the legs and things like that, and then it's kind of daily stretches and alignments, which I was already doing for my condition anyway. And then you're on a Zimmer frame and kind of hobbling around, and then from there you just kind of keep building up that walking motion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's another one of my least favorite tropes. A character that like goes through a horrific accident, back on their feet in a week.
No. That shouldn't be done. People should have learned that already. The only time they did it correctly was in Criminal Minds, when the character apparently broke his leg, but they had to write it in because Matthew Gray Gubler actually he dislocated his leg, and then he continued several episodes with the boot, but it was because he really needed that. So it was the only time that they actually did the correct amount of time because the actor himself needed it.
One of the things I don't think is necessarily a trope, but it is something that comes up with disabled characters that isn't necessarily realistic, is the constant back and forth to the medic character for every little thing. Whereas like in real life, I suffer with subluxations and partial dislocations of my joints, and I am not going to a hospital or a doctor for that. I know how to deal with that. I put it back in, I take the good drugs because that hurt, and then I carry on. But I'm not going to wait, say, in A&E for 4 or 5 hours to have someone do that exact process.
Especially after you've done that 2 or 3 times and you've learned already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a big part of being disabled is like telling people when not to freak out. Like I faint sometimes, and I have to be like, if I'm hanging out with a new person, I'm like, if I faint, we're not calling anyone, because I'll literally be fine in a couple of minutes.
My kneecap pops out to the side, and I will literally just kind of support my knee with one hand and then punch from the other side with like the heel of my palm to get my kneecap. And it looks so concerning from the third person. You're just watching this person, usually in a wheelchair, punch themselves in the kneecap.
Matson, I see that you mentioned that you have seizure disorders and people keep trying to call 911 on you. Any chance you have a dog, like one of those that alert you before the seizure is coming? Because I keep seeing mentions of those all around. And people, sometimes the dog can identify that and it can help. I'm just curious if it would help. Yeah.
Seizure alerts are really good, but training them is so expensive.
Some of them. Yeah. Because when I was planning my character, I was considering the chance of adding a dog to the story, but then I realized that it would be too confusing.
Yeah, service animals too are like a really big access issue, just because like so much training goes into it. There are not a lot of them. Like it's very expensive.
So there's a waiting list. You have to wait for it and everything.
What country falling? Because that sounds like it's not legal process at all, to my knowledge, in either the US or the UK.
Yeah,
that's disclosure. That's kind of disclosure, a HIPAA disclosure, isn't it?
Yeah, generally that wouldn't, the way that I've seen that done would be that you would have a designated person, usually the lecturer, that had to be informed, not the entire class though.
Yeah, and normally you disclose to a person who's responsible, either a teacher or somebody. but
Or a
I
first
wouldn't
aider
say that
or an
it's good to
assistant.
everybody in the class because they don't have any relation to you and they have no obligation to know all the information about you, especially medical specifically. ones.
Yeah.
That would be
Sorry.
especially with the whole at least here in Europe. I live in Germany, guys. GDPR is a way of
Yeah,
living
it's
here.
the same here too.
So you do not disclose any information unless you're legally obliged to.
I'm wondering, as someone who like I go to university in Canada, and it is very much like a lot of universities, if you apply for accommodations, your professor gets a list of accommodations and does not even get a list of what the disabilities are because of medical practice and anonymity stuff. I'm wondering if maybe what she
Yeah.
meant was the university told her that professors had to allow her to do that rather than her being personally obligated to do that. And maybe
Yeah.
it was like a lost in
Yeah.
translation thing if it sounds like this was something you heard more through hearsay.
And I mean, I know we all have to advertise our disabilities in some way, whether that's like the things that we put on ourselves to get the accommodations we need or whatever. But like that just strikes me as really odd.
But
Yeah, really-
anyway, different countries have different legislations. You would have to review and check locally what is the request.
So, for example, when I was doing my it was my bachelor's, I learned how I figured out how presentations work during my master's. But during my bachelor's, one of our lecturers, Sabine, she loved student presentations as a marking feature, so that it was kind of like a teach each other thing. And I am so autistic. I am so autistic. Like I have learned how to do them now, but I could not do them. She never told other students why I wasn't presenting to the class or why I didn't do a presentation. All she said was essentially, if you email it to me, that's it done. I mean, I've seen it be a requirement for people with seizure disorders to wear a seizure alert bracelet while on
Yeah.
campus, just so that if anything does happen, they can see like visibly on the arm. I've seen that like requested of a person.
That would
But
make
not-
more sense.
Yeah, I'm so curious. I'm gonna Google that and look into that later because I'm so intrigued about that now.
Me too.
I do think
Yeah,
because I think most of us have said that we have degrees of some way, shape, or form. And since we're already off topic, how, if you're someone who has had to request accommodations in school, how has that gone for you, like reaction wise from professors?
So I think I'm something of an odd case because my mum was a social worker for several years before she had children, and I was her second autistic child. So by the time it came to getting me my accommodations, she was having none of it. She was not taking any games. She wasn't playing. She was getting it. So my mum's quite a warhorse and put me through an insanely intense crash course on self-advocacy from a very young age.
Yeah, Squishy, if you wanted to join, I can invite you to join because I'm on my computer and it's very slow. But if you request, I will let you in. We're mostly just generally talking disability now. If you had fantasy stuff you want to loop back to, that'd be great.
To give you an idea of how much of a legend my mum is, my first high school or secondary school for me, kind of middle school for you, I think. Instead of giving me accommodations, they accused my mum of having Munchausen's by proxy.
Oh my god.
And my mum said, "How did I fake an X-ray? I really want to know. I'm impressed."
Yeah. I find like it's a really mixed bag of professors who either do not want to accommodate or go a little
Yeah.
bit too hard accommodating. Like I had to email one just because I had a presentation during a class and I didn't even think to like email ahead of time and be like, hey, one of my legs doesn't work super good. But in my like grading thing, I had been marked on the fact that I was like on one foot and swaying and losing my balance and it was distracting, which like 100% that is a public speaking faux pas because I didn't have my cane with me, so you could not visibly tell because I wanted to gesture during the presentation. So I emailed another professor before my next one just to let him know and let them know that it happened. It was like such a non-issue. I emailed the professor after, and she was like, okay, great, I'll change your grade. And he immediately was like, I will talk to the professor for you if you want. I can go talk to like our like overseers, whatever, the higher ups about it. And I'm like, I love the energy. It feels like a lot.
So I mentioned I had Sabine in my bachelor's. I had Sabine again in my master's because I did both of them at my hometown university, University of Hull. But by the time I did my master's, I'd kind of worked out how presentations worked, and I love Sabine for the fact that she let me do an entire presentation out of nothing but spite. That I was one of 3 trans people in this course, and this course was on gender and sexuality in literature. And we were having a discussion, and I mentioned that often trans people feel pressured to hyper present their actual gender as a response to being forced to present their initial gender, and as a response to society essentially saying you're not that gender. Your response is to hyper present that gender to prove that you are. And I got told that I don't know that, and I had to be wrong, and I was like, source myself. So I went, and for our gender presentations, I went and interviewed anonymously a bunch of trans people that I knew on presenting their gender, and made an entire presentation on the pressure to hyper present your gender out of nothing but spite.
That is better than the dead moths.
Yeah, spite is the reason I got over my crippling fear of presentations.
I love you for that.
We had a question about actual fantasy in the chat, so I'm gonna read it out loud real quick because that's what we are supposed to be discussing. We have by 3D Windows says, do you think for cures in fantasy it would be better if there was magic or tech that can provide cures over time, not necessarily cure, just make things easier in some way? I mean, I feel like that is I really like it when magic works as a metaphor for the way that things work in our real world. And there are like real world accommodations for things. There are real world treatments you can go through. And because of that, I think that's part of the reason in disability narrative specifically, I am such a fan of magic that has a cost to it. Because oftentimes cures are not like you magically get better and nothing else happens. It's like a financial cost. It's a physical toll, you know? Yeah, but like again, some with real world disabilities, there are ways that they can be quote unquote cured over time through long regimented processes. And I think that is a much more true to life and relatable to actual disabled people way to handle cure narratives than like someone waves a wand and it's gone. I think you might be muted, Kit. I cannot hear you. Or maybe that's just me. If people can hear Kit, please say something. Oh, joke's on me. My computer muted itself. I'm sorry if I was just talking over a ton of people.
What I was gonna say is, I live in the UK, so unsurprisingly, I am significantly vitamin D deficient. Now I am so deficient that my doctors put me on medication. That is a long regimented process to repair the deficiency of vitamin D that I'm having. The other example I wanted to mention is it's not own voice, but I do think it's a wonderful piece of writing. The Alex Craft series is about a witch who speaks to the dead, a weird witch. And one of the processes is that each time she uses her weird sight, spelled WYRD, she loses a little bit of her real world vision. And the accommodation for that, her landlord is her Fey roommate. And he puts a glow charm on the paving stones to her entrance to the property so that when she gets home from work and from raising shades, she can still see the way back into her house, and to her entrance of the house, because it's the vision loss is worse after she's used the magic, and then it comes back a bit, but it's never as good as it was if she hadn't used it.
Thank you.
Yips. All right.
Thanks.
Yeah, for those of us who are joining fully, I think because Squishy joined, and then suddenly a ton of people joined. We are discussing disability, fantasy, cures, and curses. If you have any questions or opinions you want to voice in the chat, we'd love to talk about them. We've also kind of deteriorated. Yeah, I knew they were because I think it's so funny, Squishy, that you joined and then immediately there's so many people. But yeah, if you have any questions or things you want to talk about, let us know. No, it's good. It's good and it's helpful because our chat was kind of dying down, and now there's all these new people here.
Hello, squishlings.
I call mine sweetlings.
No, that's so cute. Well, I call mine squishlings because they're my little squishies.
I mean, I am squishy, so like I'll give you that one.
Okay, you want to be a squishling?
Yeah, sure. I've already followed you. I was about to follow you, but I followed you when you joined the panel.
Aw.
Squishy, did you want to introduce yourself to people who were here just before you joined?
What do you want? I'm the fairy queen.
Delightful. That's all the introduction we need. And if anyone else wanted to reintroduce themselves, because we are quite far into the panel, I can start. Hello, I'm Alex. I am a multi-disabled person. I'm in my final year of university, and I have the month of March to just like do disabled writer community building stuff online, and that is what this is a part of. I write disability lit. I write queer YA.
So I was gonna just to suggest, in Wheelie Chronics lives, we do a thing where because everybody's neurodivergent and nobody ever knows when to go next, whenever we're doing like a group thing, like a group introduction or a group goodbye, we either go like bottom to top or top to bottom with the guests so that everyone kind of knows what order they're going. If that's something that you wanted to use.
Squishy, I love you. Thank you.
Did we want to go bottom to top then?
I know what you mean, Robo. This year is zooming. Kezi, did you want to reintroduce yourself? I think Kezi's preoccupied, so I'll go. I'm Kit. I have a master's degree in creative writing, and I'm attempting to be an author. I'm just not very good at it. My specialty is in disability representation and queer representation.
Love that.
So then it's your turn, Squish. You've just introduced yourself. No, it's not. Ignore me.
I mean, aside from being the fairy queen, I'm also blind, autistic, and I faint a lot. I have a bruise on my leg because I fainted last night.
Oh yeah, I've introduced myself twice and completely forgot to mention my gender or my disabilities both times. So I am non-binary, my pronouns are they, them, I have degenerative arthritis, and I am very autistic.
I'm also non-binary. I specifically identify as agender. I don't have any kind of pronoun preference just because I kind of don't even acknowledge that other people refer to me. And I am autistic and have a bone disorder and a plethora of other disabilities, as many disabled people do.
Might I suggest you identify as a chaos gremlin?
That is exactly, I genuinely say like swirling orb of nothingness is my gender identity.
The full, like, Archdemon Kit is my handle, but the full title is Kit the Archdemon of Chaos.
I'm obsessed with that. What?
But that was very long, and it was in the time when TikTok didn't let you put capital letters in usernames, so it was very hard to read. So yeah.
Archdemon of Chaos? I feel like I should be bowing to you, bro.
So yeah, my gender is a scam. Yes. Is what I usually say.
Oh my god, you sound like Hermes.
Oh, is it the British? Yeah, I'm from Yorkshire.
ADHD, just reading the chat, ADHD is considered a disability. But also some people with ADHD don't consider themselves disabled, and like that is their own choice. But like technically speaking, it is a disability.
So personal labels is, so for example, a person with a disability may not consider themselves as being disabled, but the thing that they have is still a disability. ADHD is a disability because it disables some of the executive functions and neurotransmissions in the brain. Powerful group chat with both a fairy queen and an archdemon. Yeah.
No, literally, I feel like I need a more powerful title now. You guys are showing me up. We do
The
have
Wild
Cosplay
Witch?
Moss says, I would love to hear about the do's and don'ts of blind rep. If you have any opinions there you want to share, Squishy, as I think the only blind person on call right now.
Okay, are they trying to represent a blind person in own voice or in third person?
Cosplay Moss, if you want to let
Third
us know.
person. I'm writing in third person.
Okay, so if you were writing in first person, I would tell you not to do a lot of visual description. I would tell you instead to use the other senses, and I think the same can be done for third person. Instead of she saw, she sensed, she could smell, she could taste. When you're blind, you pay a lot of attention to tones of voice. You can't read facial expressions, so you have to pay attention to the tone of voice. So instead of describing the facial expressions and the subtle nuances of your characters, you're going to have to get more into tones. You're going to have to get more into reading the room, basically.
Yeah.
Is it okay if there are some tricks with the language? Because basically, in my story, the way I'm building it, the person was able-bodied and they lose the sight after a brain tumor. And most of the conversation, so most of the conversation is that whenever people talk to him, they say, "Oh, did you see this? Did you see that?" I said, "No, I'm blind."
That's hilarious.
So basically, it becomes like a joke in the series because people still keeps the vocabulary of being able-bodied, and then he says, "No, I didn't see that."
Okay, trust
And
me,
then-
people do that to me anyway, and I've been blind forever, and my go-to response is, "I'm blind, bro," so I think you're fine.
I think
Yeah.
part of it is just kind of ingrained language.
Yeah.
Like we say things like "I see" when we're not actually seeing. What we're doing is understanding the thing that we've just been told.
Yeah,
And it
Um,
was
so part of it
literally
is just kind of
this
ingrained
joke.
language.
Yeah, it was
that's
literally this
amazing.
joke in the language. So, do you understand? But they said, "You see, guy." I said,
Yeah.
"No, I haven't. I didn't." And then people just keep catching that. And the reason why he's the male love interest is things happen and everything. And when he's talking to the girl, he describes how she smells. It's
I've
her
got-
scent.
Something I want to respond to.
Yeah.
Robo, the headband that basically scans the area doesn't erase the disability, but is a very common piece of tech for visual aids. I think that the earliest one I can remember from it, but a very prominent one, is Geordie LaForge. He has that piece of tech. Maria from Ruby has that piece of tech. So I can't talk on the erasing disability bit because I other than glasses, I'm not visually impaired. But it is a very common piece of tech to use for visually impaired characters.
To read Robo's question out loud, just because the visual impairedness of it all, they did say, so I have a background character with blindness, and they want to know what kinds of fantasy aids you would like. And I'm guessing that's directed at you again, Squishy.
Well, you could give them a cane that senses danger.
Ooh.
That's a nice one.
Like, it will vibrate if there's danger. It will stay still if it's safe. It will automatically guide you to destinations that you know well. It's almost like an entity of its own.
Just as an idea of one that is a real piece of tech, but you could do really interesting in a fantasy way, a cup that sings when it's almost full.
Yes! Oh my god, yes!
Oh, this is a real tech?
Yeah, there are
Yeah,
cups that make
it's real
noises
tech,
when
but
they're...
it makes a high note when it's almost full, but can't you imagine the cup just yelling at you? Just like, no!
I'm full!
Wait, that's enough.
Squishy, just so you know, they in my book, the two characters go to the sea and they swim in the sea, and when they come out back, she fights. She yells at him because he's getting red because it's in the sun in Italy. Anyway, very cute and meet cute, and she spreads sunscreen on his face. At the same time, she's screaming at him because he's becoming a lobster, and says you should know better because you're getting all red all over. And I said, no, I'm fine and everything, but I'm just enjoying the moment. So yeah, but are you not bothered by the scent of the sunscreen? So no, because I'm enjoying the way this your scent. So what are you talking about? So you smell like the ocean.
So I have two things I wanted to mention. One is that the idea of a cup that sings at you when it's full just gave me the idea of a cup that says "Feed me, Seymour" when it's empty.
No, feed me, Seymour.
The other thing I wanted to mention. The other thing I want to mention is if you have a cast of characters with multiple disabilities, one of the things that often gets skipped over is contradicting needs. And often the same thing that makes a space more accessible to one person can make a space significantly less accessible to someone else.
Mm-hmm.
So for an example, I'm trying to think. It's really hard to think of examples of this, but it does come up. Some people with autism are extremely overwhelmed by an abundance of sound, but others are extremely frustrated and overwhelmed with a significant lack of it. So whereas a concert would be incredibly accessible to one of those people and incredibly inaccessible to the other, a library would do the same thing. It would be incredibly hard for the person who is overwhelmed by the lack of sound to be in there. The accommodation for that would obviously be headphones, but in both cases actually. But I think if you are going to have a cast with multiple disabled characters that are often interacting with each other, then you need to consider the way that their needs contradict each other.
Yeah, Robo beat me to it in the chat, but my go-to is always, and it's quite funny because we were just arguing about it in the comment sections on one of my videos, and I was going so hard for ramps in fantasy as someone who hates ramps, because my bone disorder affects the front half of my foot more than the back half, so anything with an incline is so much harder than stairs for me, you know, just like little tiny things like that. Yeah,
And
Madison
I
is
go through,
agreeing
like,
and saying
both
that
of
ramps
those.
suck for them too.
So I use a roller part of the time, I use canes other times, and I use a wheelchair. So for me, a ramp is harder to navigate on my feet, but stairs are impossible to navigate on my wheels. Unless I'm going down. I can do down. I can do down very fast, but that doesn't end well.
See, with stairs, I can do up. It's difficult, but I can do up. But I can't do down because, one, I'm too flipping dizzy, and, you know, I can't see the ground.
I was actually teaching someone because they weren't used to figuring out. We have a thing called the Falls Clinic, and it sounds weird, but their basic thing is teaching you how to fall over
No!
and not hurt yourself. And it's for people who have significant fall risks. And one of the things they teach you is if you're on the stairs and you feel like you're falling, just sit your ass down. Like, it doesn't matter how many people are behind you or how busy it is, whatever, just sit down. Because it is better to sit down in that moment than to go down the stairs.
Please text me the rest of your advice because I fainted yesterday and my leg is now blue.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to
I
read
have,
out loud, sorry, because Cosplay Moss has said it a few times now. Squishy, they wanted to specifically ask about first-person blind POV stuff because they use first-person with multiple POVs and they're not sure what to do there.
Okay, you're gonna contrast your blind person to your sighted POVs.
Guys.
Don't describe anything visual, like in detail. So blindness is a spectrum. If they can't see anything, you won't describe anything visual at all. If, let's say, they can see a little bit, you might describe shadows and do a lot of shadow play. But your other senses are going to be really heightened. You're going to be listening to tone of voice. You're going to be, especially like if it's a fantasy world with really high stakes, you're going to be on edge a lot, bro.
What was it?
I have to go, guys. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yeah,
But
thank
I
you
have
for
a-
joining
I
us.
have a script writing class now.
Oh, that's so
Bye.
fun. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cool.
So,
Enjoy. Bye.
I'll do a visual descript for Squishy
Wait,
as well
is there a
because
man
this
here?
is
Yes.
yeah, Robbie just joined. But what I'm doing is I've got my little and my index finger up and my thumb out, and that is a rock sign, but it's also slang for I love you in ASL and BSL. So I do that sometimes when someone leaves.
I love
It's-
that.
It's a
Oh,
good
that's so
goodbye
cool.
within my little community.
That's so wholesome.
Also, just to kind of be keeping on top of the chat, Madison and I were talking in chat about how, like, kind of frustrating, and also, personally for me at least, I don't want to put words in her mouth, makes me feel guilty when people are trying to lead you towards something that helps one of your disabilities, but that aggravates the other. Like, both of us are people who have physical mobility stuff, so people constantly, like, ramps and elevators are trying to use those on our behalf, but both of us, both because of, like, dizzy stuff and physical disability stuff, those are not always the best of options. And yeah, I feel, especially walking around campus, if I'm talking to someone, they'll immediately start going to the elevator. And some days I prefer elevators. If my dysautonomia is kicking up, though, I cannot safely take an elevator. Like, I will pass out on the floor.
I'm just gonna read out this comment for Squishy. So Cosplay Moss says, "Thank you so much. It's really nice hearing about blind rep because I feel like it's not talked about enough."
I love that. Well, if any of you have any questions about blind characters, you can just DM me. I'll do my best to help.
So I was actually thinking, because a space with, like, essentially a bunch of organized lines and ways to turn around, to navigate around the space would probably be really useful for you. But in my check, that would be my hell. Because I've got to get around all those tiny little corners and navigate a space that's been predetermined. So I think that's a good example of, like, a set of contradicting needs, if that makes sense.
It is.
Squishy, you also have someone in the chat asking if you've seen Twilight.
I've also read Twilight.
Haven't.
So I watched the movie Twilight, and I've read all of the Twilight books.
I've never seen it. Is it worth a watch?
It depends on what you're into. I did appreciate the world building.
I have issues with Twilight.
Go on.
The biggest issue I have with Twilight is the negative impact that it had on the Quaylite tribe, that she based the lycanthropes off, and the fact that that tribe literally had to leave their sacred area because the Twilight fans wouldn't leave them alone.
Oh my god, why?
They kept going to that area. They kept going to this kind of very private space for the Quaylite people and treating it like a tourist spot because, oh, look, it's Twilight. And it got to the point where the Quaylite people literally had to leave.
Yeah,
To get...
not quite on the same level, but for Breaking Bad, people kept showing up to the house it was filmed and throwing pizzas on the roof. Not quite to the same extent, but quite similar.
Throwing pizzas on the roof? What?
Yeah. In one of the episodes, a pizza landed on the roof, so fans kept, going to the same house, and the owner actually had to build a wall, like a fence around the house to stop people.
Throw tea bags on my roof, please.
So yeah, I think that is probably my biggest issue with Twilight. Now, I've read the books and watched the films, and I enjoyed them as a tween. But having learned that that's the impact that had on that community of Native Americans is quite hard to enjoy that.
I like the world building, but I don't really like anything else about it, was what I was actually going to say. I appreciate some of the characters. I appreciate Rosalie, for instance, because I relate to her a lot.
Oh yeah, Rosalie is a G.
Like, I don't know, something about it. Maybe I just don't like sparkly vampires. Maybe it's just that.
But her other book, I haven't read it personally. My best friend loves it though. Her other book is apparently really good.
What is it?
It's this sci-fi book about this kind of
The Host,
parasitic by
right,
nature. Yeah, The Host.
I've been meaning to read that.
Yeah, if you want to, reply to Robo, who liked the unique take on vampires, I actually have a Werewolves and Disability series that I read, and I'm actually going to get a symbol from it tattooed on my body. It's Shiver by Maggie Stiefvater, and it's in it they take on the form of actual wolves, and it happens during cold temperatures. And as they age, the threshold for that temperature gets higher and higher until they are consistently a wolf all of the time, and they lose their ability to become human again.
Bloody hell.
It's a very, very good book. Don't worry, I'll put it in.
Thank you.
Alex is not an easy name.
I tried to spell Maggie Cyphers because I do like Maggie Cyphers. She's a really good author. I just can't spell her last name.
I can't spell the last
No, that
name
one is
as well
not
for the authors
easy.
I like.
So if you've ever read it, I'm getting the origami crane tattooed at some point, which
That's so cute.
one of the main characters copes with his trauma essentially by just making origami cranes. So there are origami cranes everywhere because he just keeps making them.
Is that why my mother's new husband makes so much origami?
Well, if you make 1,000 origami cranes, you get a wish. And that is the lore with cranes specifically. So your mother's new husband has to make enough, and then you have to swoop in and steal his wish.
No, let him have his wish.
He made the cranes, let him have his wish.
In the chat, just
I
to
like
read it out loud to keep on top of it, we have Madison says, I love werewolves as a disability allegory. Falling to My Death says, I like unique and particularly non-romantic takes on creatures like vampires and fairies because they flip popular tropes on their heads. And I agree with that. I love fairies that are kind of a little creepy. I
Yeah.
recognize why people enjoy this boom in fae fiction we've had recently where they're just like more immortal, slightly buffer, kind of sparkly hot men. But also I like when they get to be a little bit monstrous too.
Like me?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was you agreeing to the monstrous part, Squishy, or the super attractive sparkly one, but I support
I'm
both.
not a super attractive sparkly
The
fairy.
answer is
I'm
yes.
a creepy fairy.
I do occasionally, like, I will lose things and then I'll be like, can you goddamn pixies give my stuff back, please? I've been looking for this for 4 hours. Where is it? Please give me it back.
I don't think it's the pixies that would have stolen it.
Yeah, it changes depending on what's gone
No,
missing.
yeah,
If
I
it's
think
jewelry,
pixie
I'm
pranks would be
wanting
meaner.
pixies.
A pixie prank is not taking your stuff. A pixie prank is burning your house down.
Yeah.
To keep reading the chat, we have
I blame brownies a lot.
Yes, blame the brownies, bro.
started talking about brownies yesterday on live, and I thought it seemed like no one knew what I was talking about, so I immediately stopped. So I'm so glad someone else brought them up. The girl guides, I don't know if it's just here or everywhere, but our girl guides used to have, the younger girl guides were called brownies, and I wanted to be one so
Oh, no, we still
badly,
have
just
that.
so I could be a brownie. They changed the name recently, though, because of, like, the
I was a
racism
brownie.
involved.
I was a brownie. Like,
Wait, can I just
fully.
establish that you thought me, the fairy queen, wouldn't know what a brownie is?
But I'm so happy that there are people here that do now. We have an actual question about writing in the chat, so I'm going to read that one. There are also a lot of people celebrating that you're here, Squishy, and they love you very much. Madison says, this might be a slight deviation, but what are your thoughts on writing ableism? Which is definitely a deviation, but very important.
I don't think it's necessarily a deviation because I think it can absolutely fit into any of the discussion topics above. I think for me, there are ways to write. I think this is the thing I was talking about earlier. So you weren't here, Squish, so I'll re-explain that it is possible to represent bigotry of any kind within a book without platforming it. It entirely depends on how the cast and the structure around that bigotry reacts to it. If there is no critique, there is no consequence, no fallback, then you're not critiquing the bigotry, you're platforming it. And that still applies with ableism.
I also am a bit, as someone who writes teen lit, so a lot of it is a lot less serious. I'm a big fan of narratives that fully make fun of ableist characters the entire time. Like the opening scene to one of my books is the main character, who is a fruit stand owner, gets run into by this elf man who gets very angry at her for taking up the full road in her wheelchair, and the road is not full enough, and she turns it into playing off of this guilt and infantilization to con him into buying literally every piece of fruit she was bringing into the market that day. And I think that's fun. I like it when we get to take advantage of ableism.
If the system is going to take advantage of us, we get to take advantage back.
I just
There.
send them dead moths.
Dead moths.
Yeah, I don't know if you were here for when Squishy was telling us a few lives ago that like she sends her enemies dead moths off of the internet.
I also think it's important to recognize the difference in when you're writing between an ableist person and ableism within a system. The existence of stairs is not a personal affront, although it feels like it to me. The existence of stairs is not a personal affront. It is an example of systemic ableism. It is something that is inherently inaccessible to me. However, a person calling me certain words or refusing me access or refusing me service on the basis of my disability is that person being ableist. So it's important when you're writing to recognize the distinction between systemic and personal bigotry and consider your critique for both. You said you're cold. What's going to be a pet in our Rumble stream of consciousness too much, yeah. Thanks, Medicine, and that's on social training and masking, I'm afraid.
Okay, Squishy. Okay. Someone in the comments is asking for a catch up on the dead moth story.
Okay. So I moved schools 3 times, and in my 3rd school, I was in like a class for autistic people. Now, most of them are men, right? And if you want later, I'll get into how creepy one particular man was, but basically this teacher, she favored him. And so every time he did something creepy, he wouldn't face a consequence. Now, one time, the teacher told a lie about me, and that gave me my first panic attack, and I didn't know what a panic attack was. So I thought I was dying, naturally, dramatic me. But my grandmother was like, okay, if anything bad happens to you at school, call me. So I asked her to call my grandmother, she refused. So I had to break into her office to call my grandmother myself. She came and got me. I never went to that school again. But I couldn't help remembering that she was cruel to other people too. And that those people were still in her care, and that just didn't sit right with me, you see. Because she was being cruel to some people who were non-verbal, who couldn't defend themselves. So what did Squishy do? Squishy brought 13 dead moths from the internet. Squishy got someone to find her address, and Squishy sent her 13 dead moths with a poem absolutely dragging her through the mud.
I aspire to be you.
Thank you.
On that, I also, panic attacks, oh no, I don't know what they are growing up. And I got extensive heart testing done for it, and let me tell you, telling a small child when they're having a panic attack that it might be because, they're literally about to die does not help with the panic attack.
Yeah.
I love that we're so much more socially aware about that now.
She didn't even bother telling me what it was, bro. She said I was faking to get her attention. She had everyone write down the, quote, little gems I was saying because I was telling her that this is an obstruction of justice and if I die, it'll be her fault. And she was in hysterics. She was giggling like a mad person.
So a couple of years ago, I actually, I had quite a big health scare. So I had mucinous cyst adenoma on my left ovary. That ovary has since been yeeted. You try to unalive me once, you get evicted. But that was actually really scary for me because I'm used to bone problems. I'm good at bone problems. If I break my arm again, if I break my leg, I know what to do and I know that it's not the end of the world. But when you go for an ultrasound and then people start using words like multidisciplinary team meeting and urgent action because there is a mass taking up your entire pelvic, it was 20 centimeters across and 13 centimeters up, and the reason we found out about it because it was so big that it was stopping me from eating.
God,
because it had shifted all of my organs. So that was actually really weird because for the first time I kind of had the experience of actually being afraid of something medically. Because I've never been afraid of my bones breaking because I was born with broken bones. I've always had that experience to rely on. So I'm kind of just it's only my skeleton. But the way I phrased it at the time was, I'm not used to dealing with the squishy bits.
To catch us up with the chat, people are agreeing, Squishy, that sending moths is the most fairy queen thing you could have possibly done.
Yeah.
Yes.
The moths were an icon move.
Yes. Oh, and you forgot 13 dead moths because 13 is an unlucky number for you mortals.
That is so smart. I love
love
all the
that.
thinking and
I
planning
love
that went
that.
into it.
Oh my gosh. I aspire to be you.
You may all join my cult now.
I'm already in a cult with a little C.
With a little C.
We're also having a lot of people relating in the chat to getting panic attacks and fully thinking it was a heart attack. Which is, as someone like who works in schools, they do talk to kids about that a lot more now. So hopefully less children will grow up thinking they're having literal heart attacks
adrenaline
constantly.
just-
Well,
That
I wasn't
adrenaline
allowed to go
is
to the regular
hell.
classes. So this woman, I think she was afraid that I would tell someone about like the abuse she was doing to the other kids and stuff, so she wouldn't let me go to any regular classes. I was only allowed to go to English class, and that's only because the English teacher fought to have me there.
Yeah, that's so shitty. And you think, like, especially
I'm
working
gonna
in
sense
special
a common
education, they'd be like
theme.
more aware of health crises.
I'm gonna sense a common theme between the three of us in English lessons and the fine line.
Yeah, she
I,
just wanted power.
So I had terrible grades when I moved to my second secondary school, which would be my second sort of middle school, moving closer to high school for you guys. And they put me in the lowest res, like the lowest set for English, and I acted up, and I was being possibly the worst. I was being a worse student than my brother, and at that point, that was impressive. And they called my mum, being like, I thought this was supposed to be the good kid. Like, what happened? And mum was like, well, where have you put her? And she was like, oh, we put them in the like low set so they could get used to it. And mum went, they're bored. Move them up.
Love that.
Because
for you.
I was a fairly quiet kid, but when I was bored, I was a nightmare. I could not cope well with being bored. So, like, when you had me in an English class where I was finishing all the work in 5 minutes and then you're not allowed to do anything else because you've got to do the work that's in this class, like, you're not allowed to do anything else in class, I was a nightmare.
See, I would finish my work quite like soon, and I was in the top set for English because the English teacher fought for me, and I'd always been in the top set for English. But as soon as I finished my work, me and the English teacher would just have full-blown conversations in Shakespearean English. It was low-key hilarious.
Oh, I've had English teachers like that, but the English teacher for the lower set of English was definitely on the overworked side of things. She did not know how to deal with me. She didn't know how to deal with the fact that I'd do like a perfect analysis of Mice and Men, and then the next minute would be like ready to tearing things up and throwing them on the floor because I was absolutely bored out of my mind in that class.
Have you tried maladaptive daydreaming, dearest?
I did, and then I got in trouble for not responding.
Fair enough. We can't win.
Yeah, literally. I had a similar problem in primary school because we have like the Biff and Kipper books, the Magic Key books, which were like the learn how to read style books. And by the time my classmates were reading that, I was already halfway through Harry Potter. And it was my grandma that told me, because my mum was like, I don't understand why they can't get them to read. Why can't they go? I can't get them to stop reading. Why can't they get them to read? And my grandma looked at the book I've been set and went, they're bored. Give them a harder book.
Yes.
I'm such an advocate. I talked about them, I forget which live but there are books called high-low books, which are high interest, low reading level, and they're intentionally structured to be about topics that are like interesting to kids, and especially like topics that are genuinely interesting to kids. Like I know there's high-low books about like the mafia, about like a dystopia where you have to fight everyone to the death, like things that actual like 11 to 16-year-olds would want to read that are written at a level that is substantially lower, so they can actually be reading them and engaging with them.
I want to read about the dystopia.
Yeah,
I wish
'cause
I
the
remembered
average
what it
reading age
was.
The average reading age for adults in all English-speaking countries is well below adult level.
Excuse me?
So in Scotland, in the UK as a whole, in Canada and in America, the average reading age for an adult is around that of a 14, 15-year-old.
Tell me how I can find out
Changes
my
slightly.
reading age so that I can prove I am much superior to the average Welsh person.
No, you can do an online test. Welsh, that's the accent I couldn't place. You're just a bit south of me.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I live in the south. I live in Blackwood.
I live in Yorkshire, but not the Dales part of
Oh my
Yorkshire.
God, oh
Don't
my
get
God, oh my God.
confused.
You live where Emily lives?
I live in Hull, which is like so I live on the border of Yorkshire and Lincolnshire.
Isn't
Where
that
that
where
big-
Emily lives?
Emily? I don't know who
As in
Emily is.
Emily, the woman who impersonates Draco Malfoy.
Oh no, she lives not far from me. But yeah, she does live in Yorkshire.
Oh my God,
She
have
lives
you
about
met
an hour or
Emily?
so away from me. I have not met Emily.
I don't think you quite realize. One time, right, Emily complimented me, and it was the best day of my entire bleeping life.
Oh yeah, I absolutely I was in awe of Wheelie Chronic and Wheelie Chronic's content, and then we ended up being friends, and now they're like one of my closest friends, and I still don't know how to deal with that, like
I love that.
emotionally,
I
like this
wish someone was
parasocial
in awe of me.
relationship. Wales is the best. I wish I lived in Wales. They can actually drink their water.
Yes. Wait, who can't drink their water? That's so sad.
We can drink our water. It's just full of lime scale.
Oh. That, my friend, is what bottled water is for. But yeah, I
Yeah,
wish
we have to use
someone
bottled
idolized
water
me.
and
That would
stuff
be
like
fun.
irons. We have to use bottled water and stuff like irons because there's so much lime scale in Hull's water that it will just it will end an iron's life.
So I couldn't drink tea in Yorkshire then, is what I'm hearing.
No, to be fair, boiled water is usually pretty good for dropping the lime content. It's that when the water boils, then it the lime re-solidifies and sticks to the edges of things.
I don't want lime sticking to the edge of my teacup.
No, it'll be to the edge of the kettle.
Okay, the kettle can have the lime then.
Yeah.
I just want my tea.
If I'm
girl.
smudging this out the house, is it good to have the window or door open? So it depends on a lot of things, and one of them is just practicality. Generally, you want the one open that is closest to the fire alarm.
That's smart.
When the what?
They said if
It's
they're
when
smudging the
smudging
house.
If there's a what in the house?
Smudging the house. So when they're using sage to cleanse
When you're smudging the
home.
house.
Yeah.
I'd go for a window, but that's just because I've always gone for a window. So
Things like smudging are mostly about intent. But my general preference is go for whichever option is closest to the fire alarm.
that makes sense.
Ash, my flower crown is from Party City, which is a very Canadian answer. I don't think they're a global thing, but also it didn't come like I added the butterflies. It was a lot emptier at first.
Oh yeah, I want to apologize for not being in full regalia. I've not had a good day.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
okay. I hope you're doing
I'm in
better.
my pajamas, so also it's nearly 1 a.m. for me and you, to be fair. So Bread Millennial said, hard water for life. My body is so strong from the scale build up. I'm like a brick. Same.
And then there's me with my puny soft water.
Yeah, to be fair, I do drink bottled water, but that's mostly because I have a sensory issue with plain water, so I drink flavored water.
I hate like fizzy water.
sparkling water.
I don't like sparkling water unless it's flavored, and I struggle
hear me
with
out, hear me
still
out.
water unless it's flavored as well.
Sparkling water flavored like elderflowers.
Yeah, I could go for that. I really like lemon, so I use a lot of lemon to try and increase the amount of water I drink.
And then there's me with my elderflower and my mango and my rose.
Robo, you haven't even brushed your hair. I have brushed, bleached, dyed, washed, dried, and conditioned this bad boy today. It has been.
There, it's like the
pampered
middle
today.
of the night there for you, so you had a lot longer to do all that.
Yeah. Oh, I also I'm going to see a concert next week, which is like two of my favorite artists are touring together, and I've got tickets to go see them. And let me just show you what that dopamine dump has caused, because my room was an absolute state. And then the dopamine from going to see Rory hit. And now it is like military clean.
Whoa.
My
I
room
cannot
is
show most of my
also
room. It does not look
themed.
like that.
No.
Mine normally doesn't. And I know full well that when I get back from Rory on Tuesday night, I'm gonna go through the worst dopamine crash for a long time, and I'm gonna have a hard time doing literally anything. So for the past week, I've been trying to do everything to get the most out of this dopamine dump.
If I
While
want
I
dopamine,
can.
I just watch Dinosaur.
Oh, Dinosaur is an oxytocin drive for me.
In the chat, we have Selena saying, Squishy, that they love how mystical and medieval your voice sounds. It's very nice and calm.
Thank you.
I made this rose syrup for lattes and oh, I love a good latte, Madison. My mum thinks it's a waste of time, but I have a coffee machine downstairs with like a milk foamer and everything because as much as I am a council estate boy, I love a fancy coffee in the morning. And Bread Millennial said you can have one dopamine unit as a treat.
Not to like Canadian on here, but maple syrup and coffee is so good and it's so underrated and I need everyone to
Oh
try
no,
it.
I love maple syrup.
It's so good in
Love
coffee.
maple syrup.
So my general sweetener for my coffee is honey. So maple syrup isn't that far away from it anyway. So I love a little bit of maple syrup in my coffee.
I love tea and honey.
It's just more expensive. I can't. I'm the least English person ever. I don't like an English breakfast, and I can't drink tea. And I'm also mostly Viking, so like I'm mostly Norwegian. I'm the worst English person ever.
Okay, love that you're a Viking, but we're gonna have to talk about your lack of tea, okay? Because that's concerning.
It makes me unwell, Squishy.
I'm so sorry.
What about it makes you like you don't have to share, but like all
It
tea?
makes me feel sick drinking it. So I just don't drink it. But I love coffee. Like I am the person who drinks coffee morning, noon, and night.
That's so because I feel like coffee makes people feel sick more often.
Coffee makes me feel sick. I can't with the bitterness. I just need tea always.
Oh, bitter coffee is bad coffee. In the same way that bitter tea is bad tea. I can make tea. I'm actually pretty good at making tea. I just don't drink it.
That's fair.
To catch us up in the chat, we have Robo Purdy says my house regularly looks like it might be featured on Hoarders, not because I'm attached to things, but because it takes executive function to do. Felt it, and I am genuinely a hoarder. I buy so many little trinkets and I don't get rid of them. Madison
So,
says
for me-
they have to try it in their mocha. I'm assuming either maple syrup or honey.
Maple.
Reed says I'm
Not
Canadian
even
and I
get
don't
me
think I've ever
started
tried
on
maple
my
syrup, which
boarding
you
habits.
should.
So, my house, the only reason my house doesn't end up looking like Hoarders, my room definitely ends up looking like an episode of Hoarders. So I have several disabilities. My mum has grade 3 chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which, among other things, causes immunocompromisation. So our house has to be as clean as possible at all times, because she will catch anything and she will keep it all. But I spend so much of my time like caring for her and making sure that the general areas of the house and her room are really, really clean, that by the time on a night I get back to my room, the last thing I want to do is clean another space. I at that point I just want to pass out.
We
That
also
makes
have in the
sense.
chat, Robo Purdy says, I'm Australian. So many people are scandalized I don't eat Vegemite. You're the only normal one there. Vegemite is disgusting.
Oh my god, not the Vegemite.
A lot of people can't do coffee. Madison said she can't have too much caffeine. And Ash likes tea to help them breathe, but coffee to help balance their ADHD and anxiety, which makes sense. Caffeine has some interesting impacts on neurodiversity.
Actually,
Now I'm
speaking
gonna
of
have
tea,
to do
we
a
were
study on
talking.
tea.
Sorry, speaking of tea, we were talking about heart attacks earlier. Fun fact, I learned the very poor way. If you like peppermint teas, peppermint are one of the like leading food causes of heartburn. So I've like had heartburn before and been like, oh, let me have tea to help it get better, and it makes it so much worse. Never do that.
Oh.
Oh, you're welcome, Moss. Moss says thank you so much for the panel. It was great. Tea that is mostly milk and sugar. See, I know people who drink tea like that, and I know people who drink coffee like that, and I genuinely have to ask, what is the point? Like, you're not having tea or coffee, you're having tea flavored syrup and coffee flavored syrup, and what is the point? I avoid caffeine because anxiety. I mostly enjoy sugar, was the response to what is the point.
Yes.
Fair, an excuse to drink it.
So I asked them what's the point in that cup of tea, and they said, I mostly enjoy sugar. That is the point. Fair enough, dude.
I like you. Come to think of it,
See,
I like all
I'm
of
the kind
you.
of person who doesn't like my things too sweet. I like dark chocolate. I like coffee. So I made homemade brownies the other day. Again, really minding that productivity.
Okay, I tried to make us all
and-
the same size. I accidentally made Squishy Giant.
Yeah, there is no equal size panel option.
There is no
Kit
equal
Kat.
size. Okay, I'm not gonna make you giant without your consent. I will shrink you back down.
But yeah, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, I made homemade brownies with 50% milk chocolate and 50% dark chocolate. And in this batch of brownies, there was 440 grams of chocolate in those brownies, including the chips and cocoa powder and stuff. And they were so good. I've still got one in my fridge, and I'm gonna have that for breakfast.
Will you make me a brownie?
I will make you brownie squishy. I even wrote down the recipe. It was a first time try success recipe. That is so rare.
Brownies for Squishy?
8% of my sugar consumption comes from my fancy latte syrup. Lol. I like white chocolate, but I'm lactose intolerant, so I kind of have the chocolate. You can have vegan chocolate, Robo. Also, I don't like white chocolate. It's too sweet and it's not chocolate.
What is it then?
I don't know, but my brain refuses to process it as chocolate.
Yeah, no, it technically isn't, but I forget why.
I think it's because it doesn't actually have any cocoa content.
I like white chocolate on like nutty ice creams though. Like white chocolate drizzled on top of like maple walnut or pre-lancing cream or anything with nuts in it is so good.
Yes.
I like one thing that has white chocolate in it, and it's the white chip and macadamia nut cookie from Subway.
See, it goes
It is
with
the
nuts.
best one,
I'm so
but
mad
it's
at
more that I'm
Subway
putting
right
up with
now.
the white chocolate for the macadamia nut.
I am so mad at Subway right now.
What did they do?
No, I've seen neutral oil based vegan chocolates, Robo.
So, I ordered from Subway and I ordered peppers and sweet corn in my sandwich, and they gave me onions, and onions made me sick.
Oh no!
Oh, yes. I was very ill.
It's terrible. How do you even accidentally put onions in something?
Maybe they gave me someone else's order.
Maybe.
So I actually have a really cool thing here. Well, I think it's cool. Most people would probably think that it's really, really nerdy. So I hate the paper straws thing. I understand that reducing plastic is important, but paper straws are an accessibility aid to a lot of people where the substitutions just don't work or are unsafe. Now this is a multi-pack of Snacker Jacks, and the individual packets are plastic to keep them nice and fresh, but the multi-pack is paper. This I like. This is a reduction of plastic that I really like.
Yes. I think we should just all get individual metal straws.
So I have like reusable straws, and I will use reusable straws, but for people like people with things like cerebral palsy or general muscle deterioration conditions, using metal or glass straws can be really dangerous. And using silicone straws, if you don't have good jaw control, you'll create a perfect seal, and you won't be able to drink through it.
Oh.
There are genuinely like a significant number of people for whom plastic is really the only option for them to have dignity in drinking. So like, yeah, if you are able to, then 100% get the paper straws, get the reusable straws. That is a great thing to do when you have the ability, but there are people who can even be harmed by using those substitutes.
Yeah, and Robo's pitching in the chat to say that metal also burns, which, yeah, you can only use it with some
metal can burn if you're
drinks.
not conscious of temperature. Glass can do the same thing as well.
Okay, but paper doesn't really help. It just melts into your Capri Sun and then.
And this is the issue with the demonization of plastic straws. Is they are not a significant portion of the plastic that is polluted, and they are really, really important to people with specific disabilities.
Madison is leaving. Goodbye. Thanks for joining us, Madison. And then Hannah is saying that paper straws have gluten in them too, which I didn't even know, but that'd also be a huge access issue.
Oh.
Yeah, they use gluten as the binding agent because it's an edible glue.
Edible glue.
Yeah, pretty much, Brad. So Brad said that it is big, so big companies can avoid responsibility, and it is. It's so the top 10 companies that create 80% of the waste don't have to manage themselves because they can force the shame and the guilt onto individuals.
Corporations suck.
Mm-hmm.
Want me to send them dead moths?
Every single corporation.
Only if they're ethically sourced. And don't kill the moths.
I don't kill the moths. I find moths that have died naturally.
I feel like killing a moth is worse karma than killing most other bugs.
Yeah.
I have never killed a moth.
But it can't be worse karma than killing a mockingbird.
Yes.
I've never killed one of those either.
I love being a breeder chats because almost no other panel would have got that.
Yeah. Oh, Robo Purdy says, or killing an albatross, which, yes, the worst of all karma. And then Byth Rainy Window says fairy queens can source dead moths ethically, which 100%.
Yes, we can.
Personally, I'd go with spiders because you can send them sheds from spiders where it's still gross and it's still creepy and they still don't want to deal with it and it's still unalived animal parts, but the animal's still alive.
Go on.
So spiders shed their exoskeleton, depending on the species, every few months.
Right.
And they leave behind, half the time you think you found a dead spider and it's this little curled up thing. It's not, it's just the shed skeleton. So you just send them those spider sheds instead of sending them an actual body, and it's still unalived pieces of an animal, but the animal's still alive.
That's fair. I mean, the moths I send, they died naturally, and then I don't know, someone just collected them and sold
I
them.
guess that's the difference between fairies and demons.
Yeah, we have people in chat agreeing that getting dead spider sheds would be very creepy.
Ooh.
Oh, Robo Purdy is saying it's extra creepy because then you're also asking where is the spider if it's not in the box.
Yeah, so if you don't know what it is, it's creepy because you think it's the spider. But if you do know what it is, it's creepy because it's not the spider and you know that.
The albatross
I like
reference.
all of you.
Sorry, the albatross reference Bread Millennial is asking. That's Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, which is like a fancy-pantsy lyrical ballad where an albatross gets killed
It
and
is
it
so long
supposedly causes
It
bad
is.
karma for everyone on the ship, but maybe they're going crazy.
It is a great poem, but oh my gosh, it is so long.
Another way to cause people bad karma on
And-
ships is apparently to kill a cyclops. Let's see if anyone gets that in the chat.
Or, not kill a cyclops, as the case may be.
Oh my God. Wait, you know
but-
that?
Yes. So, if you want to know how bad my first year of uni was, my 5 p.m. lectures, so the last lecture of the day, and it's England, so it was dark out, was on the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner for over a month. Every Monday at 5 p.m.
No.
I had virtual COVID lectures on it.
No. Okay, but how did you know about the cyclops not dying?
It's the Odyssey.
We are best friends now? We are best
Yeah, I
friends.
know. I'm a mythology nerd, so I know a lot of mythological stories, and I knew most of the Odyssey before Epic came out.
Oh, you're gonna love me.
Robo
Yeah,
Purdy
the
says,
Odyssey
I love that I
is-
break people when I tell them that the Odyssey is basically fanfiction of the Greek pantheon.
Yeah. Also, it is literally just the story of some guy. It is literally the story of a guy who should have unalived about 20 times, and the only reason he didn't is because the gods thought he was kind of funny.
He is kind of funny, actually. Oh my god, your friend is going to love me if they love mythology.
Yeah, me and my friend are both slightly different flavors of mythology nerds. I specialize in the Norse for obvious reasons.
For obvious reasons, yes.
Robo Purdy is saying 90% of Arthurian mythos is fanfiction. So many classic lit things are fanfiction. Like Dante's Inferno is the most fanfiction that's ever fanfiction.
I'm
Try
gonna.
saying that 5 times really fast, I dare you.
So, if you want a couple of funny stories, the first one is that my friend knows that I'm Norse, knows that that's why I'm an expert in Norse mythology. But she asked, she has known me for 7 years, and she turned around and went, "Why are you learning Norwegian?" This one, the ADHD of this woman, and I went, "Alex, I am Norwegian." But the other thing is that so my what weird fact would you tell everyone in existence if you could is that Lord Byron, yes, that Lord Byron, was
Yes.
such an unequivocal hoe that he got booted out of England because he slept with 261 women in 1 year, and one of them was a bit too related to him and a bit too related to the crown, so they booted him out of England. He went on a little trip around India for a bit and then ended up living with Mary and Percy Bryce Shelley.
And then shit hit the fan.
Mm-hmm. He then immediately tried to start courting Mary's younger cousin. Oh yeah, I refuse to accept that Lord Byron was straight because there is no way my guy slept through 261 women and gender was the thing that stopped him.
Nah, he ain't straight. He can't be straight.
In the chat we have people agreeing on most things being fan fiction. And someone said they want to learn more about Welsh mythology, if anyone knows anything about Welsh mythology specifically. And someone says their friend knows a lot about Greek mythology, they get to hear them nerd out all the time.
I'm a bit confused on what we're talking about.
So this is actually supposed to be a panel about disability representation in literature, but because we're all neurodivergent as heck, we get derailed a lot.
We're also like
Anytime
3
we-
hours deep.
Yeah,
I have
dragged back
no
into that
idea what
convo.
neurodivergent means, but I have autism and ADHD.
Do you have opinions on disability in fantasy?
I mean, kinda, yeah.
You can share them if you want. I don't want to put you on the spot.
I
think
think personally, school system shouldn't treat autism like a disability, okay? Because every time I go to school, they give me the special pamphlet, even though I can't really. I'm not the best person at math, but I can do the normal ones. But they treat it like it's a big deal, but it's really not. Like my friend was recently just diagnosed, and then he got the special sheets, or I shouldn't call them special, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. I think we're an all autistic panel right now, actually. Correct me. I didn't mean to say anyone was if they're not, but I'm like 99% sure everyone has confirmed they're autistic. Okay, cool, we're agreeing. Yeah, I think a big thing with it is recognizing that it's a spectrum, everyone's different, right? I was in I did special classes for handwriting and printing and stuff. I was in the gifted program for math and stuff. Everyone's presentations are like very different. My like best friend is like in the first percentile for math and is also autistic, and that means like the worstest at math that you can be, and I'm in the 98th percentile
Yeah.
for math, and her coordination is way better than mine, and mine is terrible. Like, we're all so different.
See, there's a difference. It's like high functioning, and then there's low functioning, and like some people just don't know the difference, so they put you in the same category.
So that's not actually, I'd say that that's not an issue with the classification of autism as a disability. It's an issue with the inflexibility of the systems around autism, and that's what needs changing. No matter what disability it is, me and Alex, for example, both have bone degeneration diseases, but the things that accommodate Alex make it really inaccessible for me, and vice versa. When you're looking at disability and accommodating for students in particular, you need to be looking at the student, not the condition.
Well, do you think that social life plays a part in that?
Oh, absolutely. And we were actually having a discussion about the differences in the way that autistic people are socialized and the impact that has on the condition itself.
Because
But when you're looking at a student and you're saying, how am I going to get this student to a passable grade in my class? You need to look at the student, not the condition, and ask them what they need.
so, do you think people who I'm very extroverted. I like hanging out with people. So do you think that plays any part? Like if there's somebody with autism that was extroverted versus introverted, how do you think that would play?
I think there's an expectation for autistic people to be introverted, and that's not always the case. I actually am very introverted. I'm the kind of person who needs my time to myself and needs my time away from expectations of other people. But I have a lot of friends that are incredibly extroverted. I think it depends very much on the person and their experiences with socialization, as well as their ability to manage and manipulate social cues.
We have Saturday Tuesday in the chat is saying it's also about presumed competency. Some people are never allowed to learn past certain levels, despite being capable of learning further and having to relearn it now as adults, which is, I think...
Yes, I love presumed competency first as a theory. It's such a brilliant way of explaining. Sorry, I got very excited.
That's fair. I was literally just going to say, like, that resonates a lot with what Squishy was saying earlier.
Yeah, and it's similar to what I was saying earlier about, when you ask if a person in a wheelchair needs help, and then, assume that I can do it, because I've been in this chair for 20 plus years. I know what I'm doing. Assume that I'm competent in it first. And I love assume competency just like as a theory of how to handle interactions with disabled people in general.
Well, say if I came up to you, right, and you dropped something, like it was behind you or something, would it be rude for me to come up to you and ask, hey, would you like help for me to pick that up for you? Would that...
So, the answer to that is basically, it's never rude to ask at all. But if I tell you that I can do it and that I've got it, then listen to that.
Yeah,
The example we were talking about was actually being helped up a ramp or up a hill. So actually physically moving my wheelchair. And, you got to imagine if someone came up behind you and started shoving you around, that'd be really uncomfortable. And, you'd be quite annoyed about it.
Like,
so
it's about somebody you don't know, right?
Yeah, especially if you haven't addressed me and I don't know who you are and you've just come up behind me and grabbed me. So, there was never a problem with asking if somebody needs help. That is always a pleasant thing to do. It's about making sure that you listen to the answer.
But one time, like, I was at, like, I don't really actually remember, but I bumped into this person with a wheelchair, right? I said sorry, and then they got really mad at me because I just bumped into them and pushed them. And I didn't mean to. I tried to explain, but they just kept on yelling at me.
So it could be that they thought that you'd, done that on purpose. They thought that you'd been intending to push them. I actually mentioned earlier how, someone who's struggling to stand and leans on my wheelchair or stumbles into my wheelchair, I'm not necessarily going to be angry at, because at that point, you're prioritizing your safety, or you didn't mean to do that. It's the intentional act of moving me out of your way for your convenience without my consent.
because I was just with my friends at that time. So I think that's why they thought I was like doing it on purpose, because I was with like a bunch of teenager friends, right?
Yeah.
So it looks like
And
I'm playing around and trying to just mess with them, but I'm not. I'm trying to get my
I
food
can
and
see
go.
that. From both sides, it is annoying to be stereotyped, but there is an element of stereotyping that comes into your personal safety. When I see a big group of lads, I'm thinking about the fact that, you know, if these people do decide to do things that aren't okay or decide to impede on my boundaries, what can I actually do about that?
Because I'm the only friend with autism in my whole friend group. So, and I feel like, not to toot my own horn, but I feel like I'm the only nice one, because my other friend loves just to piss people off, which I'll admit it's funny.
I'm gonna tell you something that you're probably not gonna want to hear. Okay? But if you are the nice one and you don't speak up when your friends are being not nice, you're not the nice one, sweetheart.
I think I should go.
Bye, Squishy.
Joining us.
Bye, Squishy.
Hope you're feeling better.
I'll message you later with an explanation, okay, hon?
And thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Sorry,
How do I-
Squishy. Have a nice night.
How do I
Nice,
click myself
Squishy.
off?
I can unconnect you if you want. Here, I'll do it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Or you can, if you back out, then you can do that. Yeah, that person might just be feeling prickly about their disability. They might have been feeling vulnerable or being in pain. Those things are all things that can happen. But yeah, so let me. Hey, Serenity. I didn't even notice you pop in there, darling. Sorry. I can't remember how to spell. Yeah, that's about Mary Blood. Mary Lewd, even. I know about the horoscope. Yeah, Mary Lewd. That's not even a day. Get those numbers up, Lord Byron. Oh yeah. So on Lord Byron, Brad said that's not even one a day. Get those numbers up. And the thing is that was before antibiotics. So maybe don't get those numbers up, dude. He did, however, swim across a river just to see whether a fable from that area would have made sense, just to see if it was doable, which I think is kind of cool. Karaoke in July, someone decided to grab me. Yeah, I am intentionally looking at a chair with fold down handles.
That's smart.
Yeah, I've got an appointment in May to try and get my chair changed out because I have an Active 2, which is the biggest misnomer I've ever seen. That chair is not designed for an active participant at all. Let's see. The disability fantasy, curses and cures. I do actually have to go soon because it is 1 a.m. for me.
Okay. Oh my gosh. I think we might, unless anyone had other like questions they want to discuss or anything, we might end the live in a couple of minutes too then, because it has been 3 hours.
Yeah.
I gotta go
Yeah.
soon, anyways. But thanks for having me up.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
And also, let me just be honest for a second. I was originally just gonna troll you guys, but you guys are actually really nice.
Okay. Thank you for not trolling us.
You, the person on the top of me, you're really nice, and the person on the bottom, Ace or Arch, I can't.
Arch.
Yeah, you're also really nice and also pretty smart. So have a
Thank you,
nice.
sweetheart.
So yeah.
Punk spikes are also an option. I have considered punk spikes, but I just kind of want to take the option away from people. So, you lost your handle privileges, is what my friend Joe called it, which I thought was pretty funny. It was lovely to meet you too, Squishy. I guess fairies and demons can get along sometimes. But yeah, I definitely think we got a hell of a lot of productivity out of this live, though, to be fair.
Yeah. No, we got off topic, but like we were on topic so many times that I think we did pretty good.
And even that, a lot of the like off-topic moments were kind of segues into things that would have applied to the topic anyway, which was really cool.
Yeah, exactly. Just to reiterate, because Kit needs to leave, unless anyone else wanted to join in chat, we are going to be ending the live. But if anyone else did want to join in chat, then that's okay too, because it's literally only 8 p.m. here.
Or Squish. Yeah, I did want to mention, because I mentioned it before, since we're ending soon, I'm actually, I I help admin a little community of disabled people, and we have like this whole Serenity is one of the members. That's why they popped up. But we have this little community we call Spoonies that is just a bunch of us and it's just a space essentially for us. And a lot of the time, all we do is gossip is the word I'm going to use because the phrase I would normally use isn't appropriate in this context. And hang out in a space where kind of everyone understands you because everyone has similar experiences. So yeah, I think that can be a really valuable tool for a lot of disabled people. We do literally have a Discord, so if anyone wants it, feel free to message me. My inbox is open.
To piggyback, we also have, for anyone who like doesn't know and is in this live, this is part of my term university assignment to like create community resources for disabled authors and book lovers in general. So there's also a Discord for that at the thing in my thing. It's not going to censor me on here. I'm just so used to saying it like that in video at the link in my bio. And also we're probably doing another lab on another topic tomorrow, and you can vote on that topic and the time we do it if you also go to the link in my bio. But because Brett joined, I think we might stay on a little longer.
Honestly, I'm tempted, even though I definitely need to go to bed, but yeah, it'll be all right. Won't be the first time I've gone to the field sleep deprived.
Brett, did you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Bread.
Have you been dressed like that the whole time, or did you put it on just to come on live?
I have been wearing this for a while.
I love that. I love committing to the
Nice to
theme.
yeast you.
I was wearing a different one for filming earlier, but I was going to film something else and then I saw the live.
Yeah, TikTok has been a nightmare for me. It keeps, you like start filming something and it's a stage thing, so then you save it to your draft so you can carry on recording later. Every time I save something to my drafts, TikTok resets the time limit from 10 minutes to whatever I've already filmed so that I can't film anymore. And I can't save the content because it hasn't been posted. So I am arguing with TikTok at the minute.
TikTok's kind of a nightmare to film on. I do most of my filming and editing outside of TikTok, and then I just throw captions on in the app.
And I mean, to respond to your thing about the resource building, which really cool project, by the way. One of the things that we found, because we have like a very UK-based resource center for people trying to get benefits and accommodations and things like that, including spicy accommodations, by the way, because again, we advocate for disabled spice in our life. That we do have distinct difference between those sections, so people who don't want to be in it don't have to be in it. But one of the things that we found was that it is really important to recognize that no one person knows everything, and being able to share that load among a different community of writers.
I know, and I think that's why also partially, like, I, as someone who I do a lot of writing, and I am very aware that while I love them, my audience is queer first, disabled second, and for a lot of them, I am, like, the one disabled author they engage with, and, like, it makes me kind of uncomfortable because I feel like it puts me on this pedestal where they're like, Alex knows everything about disability. So from, like, a selfish perspective, I really like that I'm having the opportunity to talk to a lot more disabled authors, to get to know a lot more of their work so I can direct people to other people.
And I think for me, like, having a space where people share at least the premise of your experiences, and having a space where I can say what my issue was with something and not have to explain all of the pretext around it and all of the pretext around why that was a bad thing, and just be able to share that with people was so useful. I don't do flower head brands, but y'all are making me want to do flower head brands despite the fact
I have extra ones right next to me. I wish I could, like, hand it through the screen.
I'm definitely more of a horns person. I should have put my horns on. Never mind. Squishy, you are absolutely more than welcome to come join us in the Squirrel Dray. We call it the Squirrel Dray because we're all neurodivergent as heck. And oh look, squirrel. So if you pop me a message, I will happily. And you too, Alex. I think you would get a lot of it. We have a lot of writers in there, and although it is UK based, it is not UK only. We do have members from Norway, from Iceland, and from America.
That sounds really cool. I would really, if you could send me information on that, that'd be really awesome.
Absolutely.
Did someone mention spicier accommodations earlier? I'm not sure what you're referencing,
I
Squishy.
I did. I mentioned that in the server we have a section for accommodating needs with regards to spice, and that is we have different roles for whether you want to see and be involved in that or not. Unfortunately, if you're a modmin, then you kind of have to be able to see it all. But for the general members, we do have a very clear line of distinction of whether you want to be able to see those things or not. Missed anyone reply to your inquiry me? Let me look back, Robo. Not just with... So how would you like your disabilities represented in fantasy media? Not just with kindness, but with what aids and features shown. So as my answer, I'm going to give you the working title for my dissertation, Robo Purty, which is whenever someone says, well, they wouldn't have had wheelchairs then, my immediate response is, they wouldn't have had dragons either. I will send you an invite to the server as soon as I'm off the live, Squish.
Yeah, for me, with the same question of how would you like to see your disabilities represented, I think it's so hard to say a specific way, because I think truly I want to see them represented in ways that, like, one, are true to reality, but two, use magic to amplify reality is, I think, really cool. But I don't really know how to give you specific, like, because part of my bone condition is that, like, it gets worse as I put on more weight and as I've grown because my bones cannot support my body weight. I really like the idea of, like, characters with wings with similar conditions, because it's because my bones are hollow, which feeds into, like, bird and fairy metaphors, which is super fun.
Yeah.
Same with, like, I write a lot of neurodivergent fae.
I'm just going to say, you're welcome, Squish, because I was literally about to respond visually because I forgot. Can you tell I'm tired? I missed it if anyone private inquiry. Children. I'm not getting the children reference based on your inquiry there, Robo.
I think maybe they were, like, with actual real-life children, so they missed it.
Oh, they didn't get it because of children. Okay. For the person who said everyone's hair is cool, my hair is fresh, like, today, so that is why it's looking particularly fire truck. Oh, children interrupted. I feel that many of my nibblings are neurodivergent, and it gets loud.
Someone the other day said it would be realistic. That was me the other day, I think. Said it would be realistic for dungeons to not have stairs, because why is? I'm guessing the rest of that is either, yeah, why would a dragon or creature or big bad build stairs? My other thing, too, is, like, with D&D, because people are constantly like, but in realism, there needs to be stairs here. If your adventuring party is a bunch of different sizes, and they're going, like, some towns, if they're based around a specific race, yeah, the stairs are going to be one specific size. That's not going to work for your entire adventuring party, because they all have drastically different leg sizes. Ramps are just superior in D&D, I say as someone who hates ramps. They're bad for my mobility issues.
I'm also gonna recite a piece of advice that I give to able-bodied writers who want to write disabled experiences. Imagine going through your entire day with a pebble in your shoe. At the start of the day, it's not going to be too bad. You can work around it. It's fine. By the time that day ends, the only thing you are capable of thinking about is getting that pebble out of your shoe. And that's what it's like going through a day with a disability. So yeah, if you ever meet an able-bodied person who wants to be able to write about disabled experiences, tell them to put a pebble in their shoe for a day.
That's such a good metaphor. We were talking about disability rage earlier, and what I wanted to add to it, but didn't because the conversation moved on, is how I think important and true to life sudden onset rage is too. Because sometimes I'll, like, just be doing something about my day-to-day life and, like, I'll step a little wrong, or, like, for other disabilities, like, I'll just not be able to do something, and it's, like, just this sudden feeling of intense rage. Like, I think a lot of disability narratives put a lot of rage at the beginning of the story, or, like, a lot of, like, really built-up rage, but at least from my lived experience, it's not it's not necessarily a slowly built up thing. It's a like I am suddenly all at once very angry and I have nothing to do with it.
Unfortunately, very, very unfortunately for me, a lot of my rage is internal, and I will catch myself being incredibly cruel to myself in my own voice and have to remind myself to give myself grace. So I was, when I was going to dye my hair, I was literally cursing and blinding at myself in the back of my head, going, "You should have effing remembered to take your effing watch off, you stupid effing." And I caught myself and was like, "No, you remembered before you started using the dye. It's fine. Just go put it on charge." So even just something as simple as remembering to take my watch off before I started bleaching my hair, and I was being really cruel to myself in my own internal monologue, and that kind of internal rage of being really angry at yourself is really hard to manage from a personal perspective, because nobody else can help you because they can't hear it.
Ash says Sorry, did someone say something?
Oh no, sorry. I was mumbling it along with myself because I'm tired.
Oh, okay. So I'll read it out loud then. Ash says, with fantasy books, I think it would be fun if like magic made or had conflicts with disabled people. I also think that'd be fun. We mentioned earlier actually that I'd heard, and I have not looked into this, I literally saw one TikTok about it, that Starfire from Teen Titans has EDS now, and people were getting angry about it because like she's not from Earth, but we all kind of unanimously agree that makes a ton of sense because she's not from Earth. Her body was not designed for it. I think that's a really cool way. I've done that actually also with HEDS before.
Yeah, and like I said, comics and disability representation can be really, really iffy. My love-hate character is Barbara Gordon. If you weren't here, Barbara gets bounced in and out of paralysis based on the writer's whims, and that's been going on for 15 years instead of just making her ambulatory. So I think in comics in general, especially with DC, because those are both the same house of publishing, it can be a really rough time with the representations of disability.
Just put it out there. If there's any group I don't necessarily trust to handle any topic with a particular amount of grace, it's comics writers.
Yeah, and there are some good ones, like A Serious House on a Serious Earth is a really good comic about mental health and the impacts of hypersanity on the Joker. But it seems like what's happening with DC is that one writer is like, I want to represent disabled people, and therefore Barbara is paralyzed again. And then the next writer goes, nah, I want Batgirl. So they magically fix her paralysis and get Batgirl back for a bit. And then that just bounces back and forth with different serial writers. And it's apparently getting better, but I do not have a lot of faith.
DC complex.
Saturday Tuesday says about healing magic being able to cure, but we have medical stuff in real life and disability still exists, which I'm guessing is like the response to it'd be gone, which yeah, it doesn't cure everything, just like doesn't cure everything.
There is an interesting book that kind of covers that in which it kind of made disability a class issue, which it already is to an extent, to be fair. The more wealth and power you have, the more affordability you have for accommodations, rather than having to face those obstacles without those accommodations. But in Altered Carbon, you can just swap bodies. You can swap bodies, and you have to be able to afford a new body, but you can just swap bodies. So things like body-based illnesses, like gene-based diseases, like, multiple sclerosis or bilateral perthes or degenerative bone diseases can essentially be wiped out by just putting the person in the new body, and that body won't have that disease. Yeah, Altered Carbon is a book, and it's also a live series on Netflix. It is really good. I just don't think the author had the experience to be able to realize what the impact of that world would have been on disability, and that's not what the book's about.
Okay.
The prince gets a cool magic-fueled spider chair. The baker does not have the cool spider chair. Yeah, very much. There are always going to be impacts of class on disability. For example, someone with a lot of money can afford a house with an elevator. Whereas someone who doesn't either has to do what I have to do because my council sucks and crawl up the stairs when I can't walk, or find a single level property.
Yeah, and then Saturday Tuesday also brings up the fact that like in D&D higher level spells cost to cast, or you have to be higher level to cast them. Which is, I think, excellent with how much D&D conversations have been happening in my comment sections recently.
Yeah. I think there is always going to be an indelible tie between fantasy and D&D because D&D is kind of the model for building your own fantasy, especially with like homebrew campaigns and things like that. And it kind of bothers me when everyone's like, well, you can't do that in 5e, you can't do that in 4e, you can't do that in 3. Homebrewers exist since the first book of D&D. You can do it, you just don't want to.
100%.
Jazz, I don't think your first message came through there, darling, because the other bit we got was, but the ending was brilliant.
Maybe that's about the show you were referencing?
Yeah, Altered Carbon is a great show. I love it. It's a brilliant piece on classism and the fact that, you know, the ultra rich can afford not just to get a new body, but to get their own body in perfect condition. So it is a brilliant piece on classism and on the class divide. It just kind of didn't realize what it had done by effectively erasing disability within the populace.
Yeah. Altered Carbon was great, but I can never watch it again because it altered my brain chemistry in a bad way.
Oh yeah, it's a trip. Dimmy the Twin is a trip in his own right. So Dimmy the Twin is what happens when you transfer the data from the person into two bodies at the same time. And because of that your brain has memories, two different sets of memories for the same time period. And it causes like loads of cognitive issues.
I think what really did me in was when they transferred a person's brain into a snake. That fucked me up.
Yeah. That was I think one thing disabled reps sometimes miss is how is the character's living environment. Yeah, I think and that can fall down. That is one of those things that usually falls down from experience. It is a lack of experience on the author's part that they wouldn't know that you have to accommodate things like that in your living space. Like obviously I'm upstairs, so my wheelchair's not here. So if my legs go and I need to get downstairs, I'm crawling on this floor. So my floors are clean because whatever clothes I'm wearing, anything that is on that floor is going to end up on those clothes. I'll have a look at that, Jazz. That sounds like my kind of book. I am an adult, dark reader, so I'm that kind of writer as well.
Did you see in like the list of panel options there is one on Spice? Not to say you have to join the one on Spice, but maybe you should.
I filled in the form and I clicked the one on Spice too.
Awesome, great. Because I think I mentioned before, I'm asexual. I don't think I'm going to be much help in that one. So I'm trying to like compile people who do feel like they can talk on it a lot better.
But I do think from like, just to briefly touch on it from a mechanical perspective, that if you can't do it, that's just unimaginative. Like, come on. There's a thing called a posture collar, which is often used in the Quink kind of community. And I was talking to my friend about it because she has to wear a neck brace for anything to do with Spice, and she wanted an option that was more attractive.
Yeah, no, that works.
And the posture collar goes sort of from the collarbone up to the jaw. So it's literally the same thing. It just looks less medical. And just the impact of having something that looks less medical can be an accommodation.
Saturday Tuesday is leaving. Thank you for joining us.
Serenity, the idea of reading Daredevil, although I know is factually correct, it just breaks my brain every time. Because it reminds me that Daredevil can't consume his own source material.
Can't he canonically feel colors in some iterations?
Not necessarily. He can feel like the texture of ink.
Someone
On a
was
page?
talking in my comment section about him feeling colors, so I have heard that in other places.
I know he can feel the texture of ink in some places, but that is taking the hypersensitivity a little bit far.
It says in some versions he can guess at colors based on the amount of heat they are absorbing or reflecting.
So, to respond to Jazz talking about the protest for stuff that got ADA in the UK, we have the Equality Act. So we used to have the People with Disabilities Act, and that got changed into the Equality Act in 2010. And the reason there are sort of set out spaces for wheelchairs to park on buses is because wheelchair users chained themselves to the buses. They got out on the road, chained themselves to the buses, laid on the roads, refused to move in 1995. Google it. It's the images are brilliant. Until it became a legal requirement for buses to have a space that is specifically for wheelchairs so that everyone had equal access to public transport.
That's a badass.
It's so cool. And then because there was a whole thing, I don't know if it hit like Canadian American disabled people's TikToks, but it hit UK TikToks hard for wheelchair users on why do wheelchairs get priority, and that's because we fought for it, bro. Like it was wheelchair users laid out in the roads. It wasn't the empty pram that you've got your shopping in. Oh, that's amazing, Serenity. 2 wheelchair bays. That is peak. So yeah, in the UK we have these spaces called wheelchair bays, so you can park your wheelchair in them. And the rule is, if there are no wheelchair users on the bus, then a pram can park in there. But if a wheelchair user needs that space, they get first priority. The pram has to move.
Mm-hmm. It's the same with ours here. And it's even, they have like little visuals on all the buses, and it's like wheelchair users, other mobility aid users, then it's wheelchair users, service animals, other mobility aid users, people with babies, and I think that's it. There might be one after that. It might just be general old people.
So we have the wheelchair bay, and then we have seats that are priority seats, specifically for people who have trouble with mobility. And then there's usually a pram bay as well, but that depends on the size of the bus. But we have such a problem with pram users in the wheelchair space. It is a nightmare, and I keep trying to explain to people, the thing is that pram users outnumber wheelchair users 10 to 1. If we wait for every pram, we're never getting on the bus. But yeah, I just thought that was a really cool piece of British history. It's just a bunch of people in motor scooters, wheelchairs, and crutches chaining themselves to buses.
Jazz, I do want to say that is a very Canada-wide thing.
Yeah, that
we all
sounds
thank bus
like a very
drivers.
Canadian thing, I'm not gonna lie.
You gotta thank the bus driver.
I'm pretty sure it's an everywhere but America thing, or but certain spots in America thing.
Yeah, in the UK we get off the bus and we're like, oh, cheers. Oh, that's brilliant, Serenity. So Serenity had been completely unable to use their legs for quite some time. What do you think of Violet in Fourth Wing and disability in that universe? This I have thoughts. I read that because I specialize in disabled and queer representation, and that is what that book advertised itself to be. Violet is a great example of a disabled character. She's got the rage, she's got the pushing herself past her limit, she's got a lot of the things that I look for in disabled characters. But in Fourth Wing specifically, she is the only disabled character that makes an appearance. Which means that within that setting, it's kind of giving I'm not like other girls, but with a disability. So I think there are great elements of the representation in Fourth Wing that I would suggest people emulate, like that rage and the fact that she poisons people because she knows she can't beat them one-to-one in a fight. The fact that her boyfriend nicknames her Violence. Yeah, one of the scribes is mute and deaf. She is completely able to communicate, and she only appears in 3 scenes in the first book. and she can only communicate with Violet in the first book of the characters that you actually see. She can obviously communicate with her classmates, but we never see that. We only ever see her communicate through Violet. But yeah, she is great, but she's also a much more passive character. She only appears once and every now and again, and her job is literally to help them read. Learned yesterday on one of the buses I can't bring my leg far enough to sit in the non-priority seats. Yeah, that is the thing, Serenity. Anyway, I am going to say goodnight because my phone is on 11%.
Okay, thank you for joining us for literally 3.5 hours and like carrying this conversation.
I was trying so hard not to just overtake the conversation all the time and like trying very hard to wait my turn and not be the loudest voice in the room.
No, it's so helpful because you're like so knowledgeable of so many different things.
Honestly, I really enjoyed doing this. And I will send you and Squish invites for the Discord. And thank you for hosting it. It was really great to get the opportunity to do something like this.
Hopefully we'll see you again in another one.
For Squish's benefit, I'm doing the I love you and BSL thing again. Alright, I'll see everybody later. Have fun.
Alright, bye. See, that's my bad, because the second to say I agree with people, do the ASL sign for I agree all the time, and I didn't even clock that everyone I was talking to was BSL. They're from Britain, so not Britain, they're from the UK, so the version they're used to would be British Sign Language. How are you doing, Brett? Not to put you on the spot, you don't have to talk if you don't want to. And if anyone else wants to join, you're welcome to. Just send me a request.
So, your channel actually spurred me and one of my writing friends to have a talk yesterday about representation of disability within fantasy. So that's fun.
What kind of conversation was it?
Well, we play D&D and various games together, so we were talking about like the dungeon issue.
Yeah.
Why would dungeons have stairs? Also, you don't really see stairs in D&D maps because they're such a pain in the ass to draw. So I don't know why people bring that up as like you would have stairs in the dungeon. You wouldn't. They're a pain to draw.
Exactly it. Like, I'm picturing most dungeons in D&D with like just like a slope, and you slope down into it. So whenever people start talking about stairs, I'm like, why does that have to be here? Why is that so important to you?
Yeah, and they're drawn top down. This is a logistics from a game design perspective. I'm a game developer, so you draw your map top down, so you don't do multiple levels. So most things in an actual game sense take place on a presumed flat ground. Anyway, that's not really about disability. That's about logistics of drawing a flat map.
Alright, yeah, Squishy, I feel like I might have guessed what it was, but please still text me just because I like drama. And I like talking to you. Okay, we have new people. Do any of the new people want to introduce themselves? Also, no pressure, too.
Hi, I'm Jazz. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I am Jazz, also known as Mystic Neptune because of a long, funny story. I am disabled, which is awesome. And I have written some disability rep in my middle grade. I've the closest I have anxiety in my rom-coms, but I am really passionate about it. My entire family has lived with disabilities, from super chronic pain to wheelchair to being on the spectrum. There's a lot of spectrum. And I am very passionate about what you guys talk about and what you specifically have been talking about, because I think we all recognize that there's a lot of stigma in the fantasy community that shows up. I always find it so unexpected when I'm reading something and suddenly it's like, oh, they have a disability, so they're evil. Why? Why is that a foundation for being evil? So
that's such a trope. I find,
is.
especially with neurodiversity and cane users, is a real like especially if a man is old and has a cane in something, he's either a wizard or the big bad,
Or
and there's no in
evil.
between.
Yep. The other thing I do is I write fantasy music. I only have one I wrote specifically a fantasy song for representation called The Hunt, and it was about a family that is it's winter and it's been a really bad year, and the youngest daughter fell from a horse when she was younger and is permanently disabled in the leg, and the father calls all of his children and offers them a boon to whoever should fill the coffers the highest. And she limps down, so like she uses her cane to get down to the stables and straps herself to her horse with her bow, and she's like, I have nothing to my name but my craft. And then she goes out and hunts in the night and then tries to get back and win this tournament. Because anyway, that's my song. I think the song's it might even be on TikTok, because I did end up publishing it to Spotify under Jazz Laverick, like Maverick but with an L, and it's on the Minstrel Fine CD. It's like my one passion for and it's because I spent a year in a wheelchair. I was told I'd never walk again, and luckily I proved them wrong. But anyway, that's me talking a lot. We also have Ash who joined us, and hi Ash.
Hello.
Jazz, I put what I think it is in the chat, but when I look it up, there are significantly more than one song, so I do want to make sure, is that the right thing? Okay, awesome. I love fantasy core music, so I'm very excited about that. If you wanted to introduce yourself, we'd love to hear about you, but also no pressure, you don't have to. I don't know if because I can see something is going on in your mic, but I can't hear anything, Ash. So I don't want to interrupt you if you were saying things, but just in case you were trying to and we're just not picking it up.
No, I'm loading over here very, very slowly. Obviously I go by Ash, it's in my little thing. I am disabled and I'm currently trying to start using a wheelchair more. And I've gotten into this because I really like reading books and I'm trying to write one, but I'm not the greatest at it as I mostly do art. So that's more of my take on all of this.
That's really cool. Do you do like digital art or do you do like pen and paper or, things that aren't pen and paper?
I'm a lot better at traditional art. I'm getting more better in painting. I'm working on digital art, but I only have my phone to work with, and it's a lot harder. For me, most of my art is traditional that I tend to post on TikTok and actually show of. So.
Sorry, I want to read the question in the chat. We have a question from Robo saying, so where can I find out how to represent invisible disorders? I have an idea about ASD due to kids, but others are hard without seeming ableist. My biggest suggestion when it comes to writing any kind of diversity is that while it is helpful to turn to things like official guides, like the DSM, I think it is most helpful to literally watch vlogs. Watch the daily experience of people living with that thing, because then that's how you're going to learn how actual people deal with it.
I just finished listening to the audiobook for Cursed Cocktails, and if you want to represent invisible disabilities, that has one of the most beautiful invisible disability representation I've ever read. It's about a blood mage whose magic has literally destroyed them inside through their whole life. And they've been working in the guard to fight behemoths that try to come and raid villages. And they've reached the point where if they use their magic anymore, they will just die. So they've been kind of forced to retire. And they moved to this seaside town to try and stop the pain that's like with warmth and with gentleness and with kind of rest and relaxation. It's so good. Cursed Cocktails by S.L. Rowland. And S.L. Rowland himself is actually, he has suffered many, many years of chronic illness. He's been bedridden with his invisible disability. Because you look at him and he looks like a normal person, I air quotes. What does even that mean? But I highly recommend.
From my experience with having invisible stuff, I don't know. I don't like calling it disability mostly because I feel like, I don't know, other people have worse stuff. It feels like I'm stepping on people's toes to claim that title. But the main thing I would recommend is don't make it their only bit. Like, write a character with a disability, not a character that is that disability.
That's great advice. That's so important. If you're aware of what the bad stereotypes are, then I feel like you're unlikely to reinforce them. And a big part of that too is like sensitivity readers or talking to people in community who, like, we just had someone say that they are blind and they love sensitivity reading. If you're writing a blind character, you can bug Milo about that. And I find generally like that advice that Bread was giving, like if you write character first and then the disability is just one of their like character traits or attributes as opposed to the entire character, that's a good way to avoid doing, because a lot of the bad stereotypes are things that like are all encompassing for the character. Yeah, Squishy says they can also be annoyed about blind rep.
Also, just a recommendation from Duff. When you're doing sensitivity reads, make sure you do them early, because I've known people who wrote a lot of stuff and then got a sensitivity reader and then had to redo a lot of stuff because there was some negative stuff baked into the bedrock. So make sure early and often. It's like all testing.
That just made me think of something, the idea of like baking the problems into a story, because that's also something that's like, usually if that happens, especially if you're aware of what you're trying to avoid to any extent, if you're able to bake problems into a story, that's like a more foundational issue with how you're like approaching writing characters. Right, because there's like very, very foundational things that will determine the story, and then even if like the disability, any other things that they're struggling with like that, even if that's a major theme of the story, it would be built on that foundation. But that if that is the foundation, even if it's really well written, there's a lot of issues, like structural issues, that can come from that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's some stuff that you can. Sensitivity readers, once you've already written the thing, can only help you really with things that you can paint over. But if you're needing to restart, it means you needed to get input earlier.
Yeah, it's like the aesthetic of whether it's the idea of being like politically correct versus actually being like good representation, because those aren't the same, right?
Yeah.
We have Malili in the chat says, and getting multiple sensitivity readers since so many things are varied in the presentation, which 100% is so important. And we were talking earlier specifically about making sure you're looking into the harmful tropes that have to do with the disabilities you're writing. Like we were talking about vision impairment earlier, and someone in the chat was talking about how they had like a wise blind mentor character, and we were kind of dissecting how that is something with a long tropey kind of ableist history. It might be something to steer clear of. If we have other questions or topics we want to discuss, we can put them in the chat. Your name is Emma. No problem. I'm going to try my best to remember that. I'm actually really good at names if you give them to me. I'm just not really good with like faces or icons. So hopefully I can like attach Malili and Emma. You've always liked the Wise Blind Mentor. Yeah, I think a lot of it also has to do with like who's writing it. Like if you're not a blind person or even like a vision impaired person, and the only place that blind characters are popping up in your fiction is that mentor trope, I think that's very different to like having multiple disabled characters in your book and one of them happens to be a mentor.
I just realized I can't read the chat. I need to get my glasses.
No problem. And honestly, I think like that is a good solution for a lot of things. It's just having multiple disabled characters in your book.
This doesn't help. They're dirty.
Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, I was saying earlier, mine are on a glasses chain because I'm nearsighted, so I take them off when I'm overwhelmed in public, so that like my existence is just a tiny little bubble around me. But it does mean that they like constantly are hitting against whatever I'm wearing, and they're always so dirty.
Okay, glasses question, fellow glasses user. Do you ever, like at the like mid to end of the day, take off your glasses and you're like, I've seen enough?
No, I never wear them around the house. I'm like, the world does not need to be more than like a couple feet wide. I don't need to see anything beyond that. Milo was, we were talking about Toph earlier, and we had a lot of people who really do like Toph. But I 100% see why you might not like Toph. Yeah, and Ash is one of our people who love Toph. I like Toph too, but I'm not, like, I don't consider myself vision impaired just because I'm, like, minorly nearsighted. You have a question?
I'm not, but my mom is.
You're not, but your mom is. Okay. Does your mom like Toph? Has your mom watched Avatar?
She doesn't like Avatar, so she won't watch it. It's really sad.
Parents have no taste in TV sometimes. Squishy, if you're still in the chat, Robo has a question specifically for you. It says, so I have a question for Squishy. Would a blind from birth person turn their head so their ear is closer to the sound as opposed to looking at it? And Squishy says they do that. What are other topics? I feel like we haven't talked very positively yet. We have like a few suggestions. What are disability lit books or fantasy books that we like the way that they handle disability, if anyone has any? What I think is... Oh, sorry, someone had something. Go first.
Oh, sorry. Okay, my main bit is dyslexia. It's the one that's currently active. A lot of other stuff is in the past. I've never seen a book that does dyslexia well. It was in Percy Jackson a bit, and also the movies, but then they were like, it's actually your superpower. I don't like when people are like, your disability is secretly your superpower. I don't like it. Because it's not my superpower. It didn't help me.
Well, it not only is the dyslexia in Percy Jackson a superpower, but it's specifically and then if you look, when you have dyslexia, the letters all swim around and they all switch positions, which, like, I'm not dyslexic. I've heard a lot of dyslexic people are like, that is absolutely not how it works whatsoever.
No, because, okay, the way it manifests for me. Okay, how do I explain it to people who don't live in my brain? You know when you look at something and it's wrong for a flash and then maybe it's right for a flash? It's like when you look at something and you look away and you have to look back because you knew you didn't see the right thing. That's how reading words is sometimes.
I'm hyperlexic, and I say it's like I still read each individual word, but if I try to recall what it is, it's almost like there's like, you know, the little floaters you get in your eye, just all over my brain. Like I've read every word, I did not process every word.
My mom is pretty sure that she's probably dyslexic, and she's described it like she can like read things. So if she does have it, it's like it's hard enough to tell that it's still debatable. But what she says her experience is like she doesn't read the words; she's just memorized them all. So she also just won't notice if like something is spelled a little bit different, as long as it generally looks like the word it should be and makes sense in context.
Well, I can't spell, which is very inconvenient given my career choice.
I don't know if you've been in the lives or I've been talking about it, but like words built in text-to-speech feature is a lifesaver. I love it. I think it reads in like a very clear way, and it's so helpful for editing. To catch us up on the chat, Finn says A Kind of Spark is a good one. I haven't read A Kind of Spark, but I've only heard like amazing things about it and the TV show. Milo says that Katie Cross is amazing at writing blind characters, who I've never even heard of. What did Katie Cross write? Need to add it to our list if it's not there already. Squishy says they can't take Percy Jackson seriously for obvious reasons. Squishy has Greek mythology altars, so yeah, that would be very confusing and a lot. Robo Purdy says, I hate the superpower thing. I am struggling. It's not helping me to... Absolutely. I think the superpower thing is a way for ableds to make themselves feel more comfortable about disabled people. Because since it's like the worst thing they can imagine, they need to be like, and you get a really cool ability because of it.
I hate that trope.
Another trope I don't care for is getting your disability cured as a cosmic reward. Don't love that, Fairytopia.
Mm-hmm. That's stupid, my opinion.
Not the Fairytopia slander.
Listen, I love Fairytopia. I love Mermaidia, especially. Baby's First Tsundere is a foundational character in my life. But it's like, okay, the Enchantress had this power the whole time, presumably. So if she could just do, like, give Alina wings, why did she never do this? Why does the Fairytopia's government system make no sense?
No, literally, it's withholding accommodations until someone's useful enough for you. How ableist is Fairytopia?
It's a trope I don't care for, but I think it's a thing that's, like, also kind of true to life, is you're anything that makes you different from the populace is bad until you're useful. So it's like, I don't like this trope, but I think it might be real.
Yeah, Reed, we're calling Fairytopia's government ableist. I took off the show. I have the Barbie Diamond Castle necklace on at all times. My sister has the matching one.
On the like superpower disability issue thing, because you guys were like talking about Toph earlier, and some people really like the representation and some don't. And I'm not blind, so I can't speak on that specifically. But from what I've heard others talk about it, the people who like the representation had talked about the potential issue of like the whole superheroes thing and how it kind of circumvents it. And then I kind of like just remembered when that came up, which was that it's like, as opposed to being blind, like is some kind of like specifically a strength within the world building, Toph is kind of forced to find alternative means of accommodating herself, which does lead to her having a skill that a lot of people don't come across, but they can still learn it. And she still is disabled in situations where she can't use that ability. She like needs other kinds of support, or still is actively like, she is still disabled. She's unable to do certain things. It doesn't always completely make up for not having vision, but there are things that she is like slightly more adept at. I think that it's partially because it's within the world building. It's not like an overwhelming or unrealistic difference, if that makes sense.
And I think we were talking about Toph earlier, actually, and that's part of the reason that like she's such a toss-up between people liking the way disability is handled and not liking it, is because she at least does have moments where like she is genuinely disabled by her disability, but then she also does have that like super powered workaround trope thing happening a bit.
Yeah. Well, and from at least this is more experience with like the stuff that I actually personally know about. When it comes to like characters that are really divisive within the community, it tends to point towards some kind of like at least like decent representation, because some people see themselves in it and feel that they're represented by this character and some people don't, as opposed to it just being like maybe a couple people can like find a scrap of seeing themselves in a character that like just doesn't encapsulate the actual experience.
I will say with like Last Airbender and Legend of Korra, I love how much like casual physical disability rep there is in both of those series. Like it's always like background characters and they don't mention it and it just exists and they're just showing how people exist in that world. I'm like, that's so delightful. That's great. Why doesn't more media do this?
And if nothing else, the way that the characters like approach and handle it is I know people who make the kinds of jokes that Toph makes, right? They're like, oh, there it is. Like that's what it'll look like if one of you spots it.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how I really like disabled characters who are allowed to be like a little bit of crappy human beings, and Toph is actually near the top of my list despite being a child, and I love that for her. She's just so mean sometimes in such a funny way, and I love that she's allowed to be that while also being like a disabled child.
Yeah, everybody needs to be a little mean sometimes. But I think part of the reason that a lot of disabled characters aren't allowed to be mean is, one, the infantilization that people do, and also because writers make it their only bit. Like, you've written 1% of a character.
Yeah, and I think it's also like a fear of like representing disability, right? Where you're like, oh no, this person can't do anything bad or people are going to think I'm a bad person, but then you end up with like disabled characters who are kind of like holier than thou, which is also a mess.
Mm-hmm. Overcompensation, right?
Mm-hmm. Falling to My Death in Chat says, there's every time I say that username, I catch myself. That's such a good point. I think sometimes people get caught up on arguing as opposed to listening to others' opinions in response to the tough stuff. RoboPurdy says, see, that's currently where I am. There are background characters and uses that are being a thing in the world they are writing. And Squishy says, I'm only mean to people who are mean to me, and I often write my disabled characters the same way, which is, I think, the best way to do it. Because I feel like every disabled character at some point has been a little mean to someone who's been an ass about their disability. And that is the kind of representation I want.
Absolutely. Let people be messy.
Multiple
characters say fuck.
No, literally.
Multiple of my disabled characters get to punch a billionaire in the face, so that's a win for them, honestly.
The same billionaire or different ones?
The same one. He deserves it.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. He is just that bad.
Well, minor isn't.
RoboPurdy says, look, the only way I deal with my trauma is with dark humor. The looks I get. And, like, honestly, also a thing missing from... Like, disabled people are so funny. I need more funny disabled characters.
I joke about my disability all the time, and my friends find it absolutely hilarious. It's great. I also get to do fun tricks about it, too.
When I talk about my stuff, all it does is make my family uncomfortable.
Yeah, family gets uncomfy.
Most of my family is disabled, either physically or like has mental stuff. So normally, either jokes that I go with usually hit the bar at least a little bit.
I have a friend, and we're like, we just have this stash of autism memes, and at least several of them are in reference specifically to Optimus Prime, and I don't know how his name got warped into Autism Crime, but it's a recurring bit. And also just like the classic like text post meme with just an explosion in the background and it just says autism, and I think that speaks for itself, honestly.
Emma in the chat, a lot of people are commiserating with like being mean to people and making jokes about our disabilities. But then Emma in the chat brings up the very important point that especially with psychological disabilities, sometimes making a character perfect means actively erasing symptoms and mischaracterizing behaviors, which I think is so important to remember.
Yes.
And also Squishy really liked your Optimus Prime joke.
I was dragged into this fandom against my will. Our like hyperfixations, we can't escape each other's because we're the ones who yap to each other. So it's like they got into the Transformers fandom, and I'm just here now, but I can't leave.
I feel that.
Being in a fandom against your will.
I'm a fan-in-law.
Squishy has clarified that her ex-best friend is evil, so now she wants to tell her that Optimus Prime is an autism crime. We're taking the joke even further.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, Reed says fan-in-law is real, and I'm fan-in-law with like so many different fandoms.
Absolutely.
All my family is fan-in-law because they're not fans of the things I'm fans of, and I've never not talked about something. They get to hear about all the things they don't know anything about. My family's most common way of consuming media is me running downstairs and giving them a bad summary of an episode against their will.
Absolutely.
I feel like the most egregious thing I'm only fan-in-law with right now and I'm not a fan of is like Epic the Musical. I love musical theater. I love Greek mythology. I just have not sat down to listen to it, and everyone I know loves it. Every school placement I've done, like my host teacher's like, Alex likes musicals, talk to them about it, and then I can't talk about it. I know I would love it. It's just like, since I know I would love it, I'm kind of scared to listen because what if I don't?
Yeah. It's funny because the person who dragged me into the Transformers fandom started off as an Epic fan-in-law because I kept going, you should listen to have you listened to Epic, you should listen to Epic the music. And now we just like belt it in the car. It's great.
Epic the Musical is one of those musicals where I heard some of the songs and I'm like, this is for my character now.
Yeah! Oh my word. The song that got me to listen to it was like the first song that kind of like brings all the ones before it together. It was the Underworld Saga, right? I hadn't listened to it yet, but that one part of that one song made me finish writing the backstory for the character. Actually, that's in my profile picture, the little guy. And that's the one singular time I have ever cried at my own writing. I like paced back and forth for an hour figuring out the stuff from that song. And it's like not even the same. It just made me write it. And then I just like lied on the carpet in the fetal position for a while, like, yeah.
I made a whole animatic for a pair of my characters with the one about the prophet.
Is there a way you could share that? Because I would watch that.
It's like 6 months down on my page. I don't know. One day I'll be able to make playlists.
Playlist feature being harder to unlock than the live feature is crazy to me. Because what are people going to abuse with the playlist feature?
Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I would do much better if I could sort my stuff so the people who follow me for art didn't have to hear my political opinions. Now they do have to hear about everything I think, so.
Well, what is art but a political opinion?
I could definitely agree on that one.
This is true. Everything I write, pretty political. And the people who detract from my political opinions prove themselves in my comment section that they can't fucking read, so.
There's
I
something
can
so
make that
frustrating.
joke because I can't read.
There's something so frustrating about having an argument with someone where they're like clearly not understanding what you're saying, but they still think they're in the right. Because my brain's like, no, let me explain it to you.
No, but like this one guy, he was in my comment section, like he left like 50 comments on a thread. He used the wrong "your" every time.
Oh no.
Have you guys ever seen the analogy of like trying to play chess with a pigeon, where they just like stomp all over the board? The analogy is that like you can try to play chess with a pigeon, but no matter how intelligent your moves are, they're gonna like stomp on the board, knock over all the pieces, and think that they've won. Which is how 90% of conversations with like just those people in general feel. You know, the classic extended family kind of situation.
Yeah.
This is why my sister always looks at me like every time we have an extended family dinner and I start talking.
Nothing like having family members that are self-proclaimed fascists. Yippee.
Listen, my family, I have some family members who were homophobic before it was cool, and I'm one of the queers. You might have guessed from everything going on here.
Reed in chat says the autistic, if I can just explain it well enough, I can make them understand, which absolutely, that's exactly the problem.
It doesn't work when you're talking to a fascist. I learned the hard way.
That's not what I've got.
I have definitely
just like to
heard the
fight.
hard way. I'll try to explain something so many times and it never gets through. Never.
Listen, if my sister, who's a full microbiologist, couldn't explain to my relatives that vaccines are real, I wasn't going to be able to, but I still fight them.
There's also a whole conversation about whether pigeons run the government in the chat. And like, they're so smart. If one bird was going to run the government, it would be pigeons.
Yeah, but there's one thing that
What about crows?
way of that.
That's true.
Birds aren't real.
I love crows.
Sorry?
Wait, what?
Pigeons can't run the government because birds aren't real.
Seriously.
Where did that
Haven't you ever heard that joke conspiracy theory that all birds are drones? Sent us by you by the government. It's like a satire.
Here's the, I feel like pigeons would run the government because crows are very smart. I think they're too smart to want to get into politics. Like, I think they just want to go collect cool things and curse people and just have the best time, whereas pigeons are like, they organize more.
But consider this. Parrots are very silly, smart birds.
My
They
cat
would
tries to act like a
kill
parrot.
each other.
Ooh, interesting. Because they
Yeah,
they repeat things that they're told. So that, yeah, I mean, politicians are just saying.
Have you guys ever heard of that study where they took a couple? Okay, I don't remember the breed of the parrot. It's called like the clown of the mountain, colloquially. They took two of them, they put them in a room with clearly nothing else in it, and played a sound that's a vocalization from these birds that means playtime, and the birds immediately started wrestling. So they're like, "Good on you, voice from the heavens." It's a bang up video.
Robo Purdy says, some just want to argue, sometimes I just want to argue, but the person I'm arguing with knows I'm arguing because I want to argue. Yeah, sometimes it's like it's a dopamine rush. And Squishy says, so theoretically, I could teach a parrot to insult Trump. Absolutely.
I've done that with a friend where I'll go up to them and ask, like, hey, do you want to argue about something that we totally agree with, but I want to argue about them, and they'll agree, and we'll sit there and have a conversation about a specific topic we both like, and just completely dissect it in an argument. It's great.
Yeah, I love to fight. Sometimes when I feel like I'm not getting the attention I deserve, I consider posting one of my opinions about musical theater on the internet just to feel something.
I ran my high school's debate team, which is my cross to bear as an adult, because that's like the most annoying version of teenager, but I absolutely love to fight.
My friend is really into theater, and she tries to drag me in it because her and all of her friends are in it, and I get so lost so quickly.
Have you seen like the Great Gatsby stuff recently?
Oh, the one where the guy like rolled off the stage.
Yeah, and he like started crashing out about it on Instagram. I forget his name because he's irrelevant.
What? I've not seen him crashing out. I've only seen the clip of him like.
So
rolling
that's
off
why everyone's making fun of him, because he posted like being like not really behind the scenes so much as a what the hell? Why did you guys laugh when Gatsby was murdered by gunshot? And then like afterwards he posted more stories to seem like he was kind of joking. He was like, I'm gonna put a hex on all of you that laughed. I'm like, no, you weren't joking. Because what I think was happening is I think he saw all the praise that Adam Lambert was getting for getting mad at people for laughing during Cabaret. It was like, I'm gonna do the same thing. But Jay Gatsby getting shot is not the same thing.
Jay Gatsby isn't real.
He also called Jay Gatsby the protagonist, which was an interesting choice for someone literally playing him to know that little about.
You can say whatever you want about Jay Gatsby, and it's not cyberbullying because he's not real.
Hey, I'm like, it's so funny, and that's why everyone's making fun of the clip now, though, because he crashed out about it, and it's like, no, that's objectively a thing that people would laugh at. Someone laughed out loud in the theater, and he's really angry.
Oh.
For those of us who haven't seen it, the scene is basically he's supposed to get shot, and it's like at a pool because it's Great Gatsby, and he picks up like this very obviously not towel, like he moves it and it doesn't bend at all because it's clearly like styrofoam, and he conveniently places it down so when he gets shot he can land right on top of it and not hurt his knees, and then he just kind of like falls backwards and rolls off the stage. Like it objectively, I understand why. I'm not saying he should have had to actually hit the ground because he has to do that a bunch of nights a week, but like I feel like he should have got why people laughed at that. That's objectively very funny.
I saw one where it's like, oh no, Jay Gatsby has picked up an obvious landing pad.
plus like having a bit of comedy in it, like it doesn't have to detract from the story. Usually it like kind of makes it better because you can have all the emotional investment and be like seeing all the things and experiencing the emotions, and also step back and recognize like this is absurd and it's hilarious. That's the most fun way to engage with any media. All of it's absurd, you know, like it's not real.
Yeah, but all the crash out aside, I thought it was kind of cool blocking. I did think it was a cool effect. I like it when people roll off of stages. That's my hot take. All musicals need one person falling off the stage.
Yes.
They see me rolling.
They being the audience.
Finn says there's a game they heard of where two people choose a random topic, like a stone, and then argue about it, and that sounds delightful to my brain.
Oh, where can I sign up for that? That sounds amazing.
See, I have hard opinions about everything, so I'd have to just be arguing on my specific side.
That's true. But, like, that's what if it's something silly like stones, then I'm like, okay, I can do that.
I can't do that. I have
silly
hard opinions on everything.
You want stones?
I have many. They're all stone specific. I have a list of whales ranked on trustworthiness, and I will not move on my positions.
Small talk doesn't
He's
exist.
trustworthy
When you have
kind of
very
whale.
strong opinions about the weather.
I despise small talk. I despise it.
Yeah.
I don't mind it because you're just filling space where silence would otherwise be. The grocery cashier doesn't need to know about all my hard opinions about stuff.
Small talk fears me.
I don't like small talk because it's very awkward and it just seems pointless.
I heard someone describe it as like they called it neurotypical meowing. So like what cats do, where they're making friendly noises to see if you make friendly noises back. It's just like, and that's the purpose. You know?
See, I heard it more politely referred to as a verbal handshake.
Yeah. Yeah, that
I
makes
don't like
sense.
handshakes either.
That's why you use the word, so you don't have to touch people.
My sensory issues do not like other people's skin.
Yeah, but
It doesn't
I've
like
been
my
with that
skin.
earlier. People should just not touch each other.
Yeah.
That's my
Yeah.
opinion. No touching.
I'm not
The-
touchy.
The singular powerful social skill I have is when people do small talk, I turn it into a deep conversation usually without scaring me away. Scaring me away. Scaring them away. Same, yeah, or that. But like, you know, if they don't get scared away by me and then they start a conversation, and I can turn that into an actual conversation. And apparently that's very hard to do. So I'm glad that I got that perk, that stat.
I intentionally wear very like attention grabbing stuff so I can almost script small talk better. Like my glasses, I don't know if you saw them when I rolled them up. They have a cool star chain, and often the first thing anyone will say to me in public is, "I like your glasses chain," and then I can have like my pre-prepared response to it. Because it's hard for me to answer things in the moment. Like if someone talked to me and I wasn't expecting it, it freaks me out. But now I can expect the specific things that they're gonna compliment, so I have like my preloaded answers.
It's the real struggle is oh hi, how are you? Good. Now what? You know?
Yeah.
If there's any kind of tiny topic, it can be like turned into something like meaningful, even if it's like really brief. But as soon as it's just the like you have to say the exact same thing, that cannot ever feel natural.
Finn says, then being like, wow, it's cold today. Me being like, yes, this is, I'm a bad autistic. I don't actually know the names of clouds. Does someone know the name of that cloud and want to read it? Because I'm not about to try.
It's a cumulonimbus.
Cumulonimbus. I think that's very funny, and as you should.
Listen, tornadoes
Get me started on temperatures
for a while, so.
Yeah, I find it's like I need a warning that someone is gonna talk to me. If someone, even if it's like someone my high school was like a loop, so everyone would just walk around the loop all the time. And even if someone like I'm very close to and they're coming close to me, if they say hi and I had to mentally prepare them to say hi, like myself for them to say hi, I would ignore them. Because I just didn't have time to prepare the response to hi.
Yeah. See, my technique, it only works for me. It should be noted, in public, I dress like a wizard. Let's see.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Well, I dress like this normally. I wear floor-length skirts, 3 of them, all the time. But I wear like full like bustier and like belt with satchels in public. And my way to counter my extreme anxiety is by being vain. So I just walk into any building like, yeah, of course people here want to talk to me. Just prepare for the fact that everyone inevitably wants to talk to me.
I don't know if it's like a Canadian thing or if it's like something that does happen everywhere, or I don't know what the deal is, but at least for me, especially when it came to like when I was in school and stuff and walking down hallways or, you know, towards each other from the sidewalk, and I have like face blindness, so I don't know if I know this person. There's like a before the actual talking, when you're close enough to kind of see each other, there's this like face that like we all make at each other, and it's like I've seen a lot of people joke about it being a Canadian thing, but it kind of looks like that one picture of the cat where its face is just a line, you know. And then the little nod.
White person thing, not that it's a Canadian thing.
You say it's a white person thing, not a Canadian thing?
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people are like, what are you doing?
No, because they don't do it in Europe.
Oh.
Maybe it's like a white Canadian thing then, because I know all of my friends that aren't white are like, you are the only person that does that, and it's you and other white people.
The thing is, where I live, there actually aren't a lot of white people, so I don't know.
Maybe my friends are
But-
just mean then.
it could be like a very specific like smaller regional thing than just like being Canadian. It could be like specifically like, I don't want to say where I live, but I don't know. But generally it's just like if someone does that, I'm like, okay, they're probably gonna say hi to me because they clearly know me somehow.
Oh, when people do that where I'm from in Canada, Alberta, it just means we have made eye contact accidentally.
Yeah, there's that one sometimes. If it's like at the grocery store, then definitely that's all that means. But if it's like school, there's a good chance that it's no one wants to make eye contact with each other unless they know you.
I don't know. I went to a super small school because I went to a sped school. So there was like 60 of us in my grade.
Oh.
Yeah, there were 500 people in the entire school. It went from 2 to 12.
Nice, unless you hate people.
I mean...
Like that was like, I grew up normal size high school, but I was in like self-contained gifted classes there. So it's like all of your classes are with the same 50 kids the entire time, even though there's like 100 and something kids in your grade. And there were definitely ups and downs to that.
It's a weird thing being in like a very small school because there are cliques, but they also have very Venn diagram thing. It's like, are you with the popular kids or the theater kids? Well, it's both because there's 9 people in the theater. Like there's a, and it's also like, well, you're a dork nerd and this person's popular, but you guys have been in the same classes since you were 8, so. There's a level of tolerance.
My school was like 2,000 people. So there was this weird situation where like if you were disconnected from the like social web, nothing ever happened. So I would like hear about these crazy things, like these actually insane like sitcom-esque situations that apparently happened, and like very stereotypical kinds of drama, and just be like, what is going on? The singular time anything ever happened that I was immediately aware of was the time my like previous best friend committed arson and got everyone kicked out of school. But other than that, nothing ever happened the entire time I was there. I was just vibing.
My
I
gifted
feel
middle
that.
school got banned from an entire like park that we used to go to every year because a child brought a magnifying glass and was like, I'm gonna pop popcorn with this, which is the most gifted middle school reason to get banned from a place I've literally ever heard. He set part of a field on fire.
It's always the arson. Why the arson? Why is that such a specific like? Yeah, when there's so few like things that are like reasonably punishable that I feel like we get in trouble for. But one of the reoccurring ones that I keep seeing is it's always fire. It goes from getting like sent to the principal's office because you didn't make eye contact, which is objectively stupid, to like arson. There's no in between.
Since we're talking about like things that happened when we were in school and like my end of the year 7th grade field trip, apparently when we were all leaving, 2 parents, specifically dads, got into a fist fight at the park. We were at the roller like a really famous roller, what is it called? Roller coaster place.
Roller coaster place or roller
really
skating
bad.
place?
Roller coaster place.
Oh, okay.
I'm really bad with names, but yeah, like 2, something like that. I don't really I don't really know what it's called, but 2 of the dads apparently got into like a fist fight, and I didn't hear about it until like I got back on the bus. I was so confused. I'm like, what do you mean 2 of people's parents got into a fist fight? I was just there.
Yeah, men.
And then like in my like group of friends that I had, they caused so much drama between each other, and it was so weird because I would just kind of sit there on the neutral side where I would just hear all the drama, but I was almost never in it.
Yeah.
Because, like, my friend group had, like, 3 different groups inside of it, despite it being a small friend group, so I kind of just sat there vibing while everything went to chaos.
In the chat, we have Reed said their K-8 school had like maybe 50 kids per grade because it was a Catholic school. Falling to my desk said, let's just say you're glad to get out of SK, and I think your first comment didn't show up because I have no context for that. Finn said they had toxic kids, but outside of that,
Saskatchewan, that's understandable.
Oh! But I was thinking SKs were talking about school, but maybe they're just like something to do with Saskatchewan that I'm not sure came up.
Just thank God we got out of Saskatchewan.
Which is a valid thing to say. Oh yeah, and Robo Purdy was telling us earlier they got the name of a subject changed because they argued with their teacher that it was not accurate for the content.
Oh, that's fun.
That's fun.
Oh. Okay, your Alberta school wasn't horrible. So wait, were we talking about Saskatchewan? SK was a K-5. Maybe we were. Saskatchewan might have been the better guess.
You can't fit Saskatchewan in the character limit.
Yeah, and I don't want to have to try to spell Saskatchewan. That's so fair.
Did any of us actually ever learn how to spell Saskatchewan?
I don't.
Did we ever figure it out?
Dyslexia, they gave up on me.
I don't think
Hands by a scribe at that age.
Dyslexia. I don't think I ever figured it out. I mean,
are we supposed to know how to spell that?
I think they let me get away with just writing anything. Because I've also got dysgraphia. No person on earth has ever been able to read my writing. Me included.
Oh, my writing sucks. I suck with like the letter difference between letters, so most of my letters, if I struggle with them, I write them uppercase just to be able to tell the difference between them. My ELA teachers have hated me for years.
I'm pretty sure at my school they just stopped docking points for spelling Saskatchewan wrong. Like all the other things, you got docked points if you spelled it wrong, except for Saskatchewan, because they were just like, you know what? Understandable.
I did notably go to a school specifically for learning disabilities from grade 3 onwards because it was rough. Catholic school could not do it. They're like, she can't read. We don't know why.
Oh no.
And then my mom got me tested, and they're like, so we know why now, but we aren't gonna do anything about it. Kind of sucks to suck, I guess. Pray about it.
My school, actually, multiple of my schools, all of them in fact, kept doing this thing where they were like, I was meant to be tested for giftedness and for disability. And from kindergarten, like my mom brought me to kindergarten and was like, hey, there's something off with my kid, keep an eye out for that. And they were like, oh, everyone thinks their kid's special. A few days later, hey, there's something up with your kid. Every single year they went, okay, this year we'll test for disability, we'll get on it, don't worry about it. They did the giftedness testing right away. They never got around to the disability testing, and every single teacher I had kept going to my parents like, hey, your kid needs extra support. And then they'd be like, good, what are you going to do about that? And they'd go, nothing. Not my job. And then now I'm like too old to get diagnosed for free. They just kept pushing it back the entire time. I don't know how they got away with it, but
well, part of the problem as someone like who is actively working in education or like about to start working in education is because there's such a long wait list. Oftentimes, like if you are someone who also could have tested into giftedness, you would have consistently been being put at the bottom of the list because there's so many kids who need it, and there are just like kids who need it for like literal safety reasons. They need to get assessed, or like they would not be able to functionally move to the next grade unless they got assessed, and like it sucks. But when there's limited resources, you do have to make a lot of prioritizing decisions as in, like, educating body.
Yeah, I blame the government.
Yeah, it's the government. Like, it's not the teachers, it's not the admin, it's the government.
It's always the government.
Well, and I think they kept not putting me on the list at all as well. Like, there was that. Mm-hmm. Like, they kept being like, oh, yeah, we'll, like, put you on the list. And then my mom would be like, okay, so are they on the list? And they just go, no.
In Alberta schools, circa 2007, the public and Catholic school systems wouldn't test you at all until after 3rd grade. So they would start testing people in 4th grade. That's my experience. But like, if you can't read like me and you've gotten to 4th grade, it's like you're gonna be crushed. There's gonna be no coming back from that, mentally speaking. Which is why my mom did the testing privately. Thank you, my mother.
A lot of boards around me, a big issue is if the child has not been in the country for a specific amount of years, the amount of years changes board to board, you're not allowed to refer them for any kind of like psychological testing unless it's in case it's a cultural difference. But like there's so many kids you meet where like you know and the parents know and the parents are like begging you to refer their kid because then they get like cheaper assessment or free assessment, and you have to be like, no, I'm sorry, I know that there's clearly something going on with your kid, but I'm literally not allowed to make that referral until you've been here for like 2 or 3 years.
Which is actually, I didn't know that, but that's really, really interesting because the whole like cultural differences versus autism thing is a conversation I've heard a lot. And apparently people from other cultures are more likely to be accepting of autistic people because they assume it's a cultural difference, which in a sense it is. So treating like the way that autistic people communicate, treating it as a cultural difference would probably be the most accurate way to handle it. Like,
which is sorry, like, you finished talking, go.
No, that was basically it.
No, I don't know if you guys, I'm trying to look up her account name literally right now. Do you guys know Morgan? She's an autistic creator. She does a lot of traveling, and like that's her big thing where she's like, no, people don't perceive me. Let me find her, 'cause she's so cool. Morgan Foley. And she's autistic, and she's really into traveling and posts about, she has ADHD, and she posts a lot of like travel tips, and it's that sentiment where she's like, people don't look at her like she's autistic when she's in other countries because they're assuming anything she's doing is just because she's American.
That's great.
Squishy, you're sending a lot of roses, which is very sweet. I just want to make sure you're aware that you're doing that. I want to catch back up on the chat, actually, because I have not been looking at that for so long. Robo Purdy said they had a teacher from America that had a meltdown when he had to reassess the spelling on our essays because you write the right way with the extra letters. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because sometimes, like, I don't know where the like button and rose button were, but I was worried that you were, like, spamming the like button and it was sending roses instead because I know those cost money. No, that's so fine. Honestly, I don't know when Athena was fronting, but I don't think anyone at any point was, like, hijacking the chat by any means. On the American thing, though, I don't know if because I think most of us are Canadian, kind of. I don't know.
Apparently.
If your areas did, like, AP testing, because I know, like, my school is one of, like, the first one in our area to have AP classes, but the most annoying thing was the AP exam allows Canadians to take it now, and you can still, some universities accept that as a credit. They do not allow Canadian spellings of words. So if you take, like, I took the AP English Lit exam, and you get docked points if you put the U in color, even though they're letting Canadians take it and it's accredited by Canadian universities.
Why did I not know there's different spelling? I'm sad now.
Color in America doesn't have the U in it.
What? You both started talking.
Like, are spellings objectively correct, though?
Yeah.
Most of the world thinks so.
Most likely.
Well, the reason Americans spell things differently is because of newspapers would charge by the letter. So they cut a lot of letters, but not all the ones you would think.
Doesn't make sense to me is the ZC thing. Because a lot of words like there have Zs where we have Cs. And I don't know why they would do that.
Wait, they have Zs where you have Cs? I just thought it was Zs and S's.
Sorry, they have S's. They have a lot of S's and Zs where we have Cs.
Yeah.
I'm honestly not surprised by that, but I'm learning a lot about how the Canadian system works, so that's fun.
Yeah, it's the American spelling thing is really interesting because, like, I didn't know that, but I did know that with French, the reason they have so many vowels is because the people writing were being paid by the letter. So apparently that's a reoccurring thing. Just
No
very
wonder I
interesting
hate
going
it.
opposite
Weird
directions.
spelling has to do with either it have paid more or it cost more.
Capitalism. It's always capitalism.
That's a fair point.
I think being paid by the letter has never resulted in anything good either, because that's why a lot of like Charles Dickens books are as long as they are, and all of his long ones are terrible. Stop paying people to do things by the letter.
Listen, pay by the hour, pay by the job.
Oh, can't see it, but I'm snapping an agreement.
Robo
But,
Purdy says they're annoyed when Americans tell them they're writing English wrong. You're writing the English way.
Oh, that has to be a fun argument.
Everything
My favorite.
This is a fun argument.
My favorite American English slander was those things where you can like select the language that you like want to read or write in, whatever. And there's like multiple versions of English. Usually it's like UK and American, which is, I think there's differences to both of those. Like Canadians like are in between, so it's really annoying. But my favorite American slander was where someone edited it to say English with like the British logo, and then English simplified with the American.
No.
Diabolical.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I find to be slightly back on topic with writing, which is what this was supposed to be about. Because most of my books take place in Canada, and I, like a lot of Canadians, use a mix of like UK and US spellings, and the way that consistently confuses anyone that's nodding. Like I'll have very rarely people from the UK correcting me, always people from the US correcting me, but occasionally people from the UK will be like, well, you used color properly, but then you spelled like practice incorrectly, and I'm like, no, that's just how Canadians do things. We're kind of really annoying.
I once asked like my readers where they thought I was from, and none of them could figure it out, which is really funny. But also I remember writing this one chapter of something, and just in the like author's note of it, I just like had to like have a mental breakdown, because like I don't know how to do units of measurement, because like what is it? I think in imperial and like write in metric, and it's always like switching. So like I want to write something and be like, oh, this many feet, but then like I actually visualize things in meters, and none of it makes any sense.
That's gonna be a fun headache.
It was such a funny author's note. I go back and read it sometimes, but just a spiral.
For me, it doesn't make sense to use metric in fantasy world, because metric is based on the size of Earth.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's based on the size of, like, a meter is like a fraction of the radius of Earth. And Imperial is already a made-up system with made-up measurements. So it kind of works in fantasy, but I actually don't use that either. I measure things the Canadian way, which is distances are measured exclusively in time. Like, how far is it? 3 days.
Wait, is that a thing? Wait. I do that. Wait, is that
It's apparently, it's at least a North American thing, because I have friends from Japan who you ask them how far away things, and they give you a number in kilometers, and I'm like,
I think it's just because we have things a lot more spread out here, so it makes more sense to do it in time.
Yeah, but there's speed limits,
so much
and
more sense.
if something's 10 kilometers away, depending on speed limits, that could be 10 minutes or an hour.
And that's also so much less helpful for like trying to like when you want to know how far something is because you're going there, it's because you want to be able to like mentally like break down what that journey is gonna look like. You know, when are you gonna need to get fuel and stop for like to eat or like things like that. Like kilometers are so much less helpful for that.
I definitely agree with that. I'm used to using time to like tell where stuff is a lot, and then there'll be people like one of my friends described it in miles, and I was so lost.
Just so we know, I'm gonna Sorry, just so you know, I'm gonna have to shut things down at like the next round hour. So that's 10 for those of us in EST, which I think most of us are at this point. Because I tutor in the morning and I need to be like a functional awake human being. So we got like 20 more minutes. But then also we are doing this again tomorrow. Just the topic and the time are up to votes in the panel form in my bio that everyone should go vote on. Because I'm gonna probably announce whatever's in the lead tonight before I go to sleep, which will be very soon after ending this live. Yeah, using time makes so much more sense to me. Also, I have no concept of how far distances are, though.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't actually even know the measurements for what a mile is supposed to be in their smaller units. A mile just means a kind of far distance.
Yeah.
It's a metaphorical measurement.
It's like functional infinity. You can't visualize that.
No, you can't. It sucks.
It's just real big.
It's real big.
Things from the chat we missed out on, mostly just because I think some of them are funny. Squishy said so American English is like toddler level English, which absolutely, that is exactly what it is. But Falling to My Death was talking about like how Docs has Canadian English has American English and UK English, and it will consistently tell you you're writing things wrong if you're using Canadian English. My least favorite thing, but the problem is because all Canadian English differently, then they can't make a Canadian. I guess it would just be one that doesn't underline anything that is American or UK English is what I want.
Yeah. Let me live.
A lot of us choose which spelling we use off of vibes.
I speak to Google Docs. I tell it off. I'm not a person who really swears, but if I'm muttering under my breath about Google Docs thinking it knows better than me, that's a different story.
I'm gonna swear at Google Docs because they missed 4 spelling errors that Amazon's ebook thing caught, so now I have to resubmit my print book again. Anyway.
Oh no. Speaking actually of books and words that are annoying, what bugs me so much is that cozy is spelled 2 different ways. I love cozy fantasy. I want to tag cozy fantasy all the time, and I always have to tag it twice. Why did we name the genre that?
I think that's also American versus English.
The Americans are the ones that do the Zed.
Okay, but I love Zeds. Zeds are great.
No, Zeds are fun. Most of the spellings that I do take from America are specifically because I want all the Zeds.
I love Zeds.
Wait, what's the other spelling of cozy then?
COSY. Yeah.
Oh.
You know what?
That looks weird in my head.
I might actually have to agree with the American one. That's wild. I don't like that.
Well, I like it because Zed is giving the zzz, sleeping, and it fits with cozy so well.
It's like the buzzing of warmth kind of vibe. It's the right feeling.
Also, cozy has a bunk bed.
S's are like a slide. That's not cozy.
Z is a harder letter, so it makes sense for it to make a hard O sound before a Z.
I really like that, actually. That makes sense. Yeah, because I would think cozy, kind of. I guess still cozy, but I don't know. I feel like there should... I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like the S in cozy.
I didn't feel right.
Yeah,
I think we should go back to having a unified English language, but that Canadians should get to decide the spellings of things, because we've experienced both almost equally as far as I've seen, and so we know which ones make more sense. You know, we've seen it all, and if we're biased towards one, it's because we're right. You know?
Yeah. I'm losing the flower crown. Lasted for almost 5 hours without giving me a tension headache. So amazing for that.
Oh, that's good.
Change my napkin. The one was itchy.
Yeah, but literally, because I write cozy fantasy too, and I'm the biggest decision is which one goes in the back cover, and I always do Zeds, but then I'm like, what if UK people can't find my book now? I don't want the Americans to be the ones that have the easiest time finding it.
But you have to give the Americans the easiest time finding it.
That's actually so true.
You have to cater to the lowest common denominator.
I just remembered.
I'm so confused.
I just remembered something that's half relevant but really funny, which is that just recently, I have a brother who's way younger than me, 10-year difference, right? and he just went through a phase where he just decided to blame everything on America. So literally anything would happen and he'd go, America!
I'm in that phase right now.
He would like trip over something and go, America! It was my favorite thing.
Squishy in chat says they think they might still be in that phase. Oh, I meant to say earlier. Sorry, you go.
Oh, I don't know if anybody's the right age, but for a while there was the joke where anything would go wrong, you'd say thanks, Obama.
Yes.
Do you guys remember that one?
I was gonna say
version of that or something.
Is there a what?
Wasn't there like a version of that where it's like everything being blamed on like this one game developer and then it like leaked out into other places? Yeah, and then someone said it in front of him and and he was like, "Oh, that's what we're doing now." Okay.
Which is such a Todd Howard response, honestly.
I don't even know who that is, so I guess, but I must have remembered that right then.
But yeah, what I was gonna say earlier that I forgot to say when we were talking about dysgraphia, I'm dyspraxic, and I mentioned on a live earlier that like fountain pens are so much better for my handwriting because it forces you to be more careful with the letters like subconsciously, and so many people agreed. Apparently fountain pens and gel pens are really good accommodations for like writing neatness issues. And also mine is cool in chrome, and you can have a cool chrome pen, and it has red ink in it right now so I can pretend I'm writing with blood. Think about how much fun you can have with fountain pens.
Blood.
My secret tool for dysgraphia is that I do everything digitally and I can use Control-Z.
No, literally. I had a tech accommodation growing up, but now that I'm like, oh no, now that I'm gonna teach, I need to have neat handwriting, so or at least legible handwriting for writing on the board. So I have like books of like teach your child how to print because I'm trying to figure it out now.
Guitar and line art are like my worst enemy. Playing guitar, specifically playing guitar, because for some reason mine is like harder to play than most. I've been playing for like I want to say like 7 years, but I still can't play more than 2 songs at a time because it's physically impossible without like searing pain.
My parents signed me up for guitar lessons because I thought it would help my coordination. I got 2 lessons in before he realized I was nowhere near coordinated enough to even try guitar.
I know, and yeah.
I was gonna say I have a somewhat similar issue when I play my French horn about I'm not able to play it very long because of how heavy it is and how like how you're supposed to hold it because my hand's too small.
Yeah. It's, I have stubby fingers, so that probably doesn't help either. But, you know, and I think literally the only reason I was able to learn guitar is because we were forced to learn ukulele in school. But I do remember, like, especially early on with that, like, I was, like hiding in the stairwell because I could not make my hands do what they were supposed to. Like, coordination-wise, it wasn't working. But then guitar was, like, both harder and easier because it's less finicky, kind of. There's more space to work with, so more margin for error, but it's like it's also just more to deal with you know, small hands.
Squishy in the chat said that they blame Hermes, and they meant to say Dionysus, but they said diagnosis, and the diagnosis one is so much funnier than to me. Like, specifically not even your own diagnosis, like going on diagnosis.
It might be intentional because that's a recurring thing in Epic, is just calling characters by words that are not their name but start with the same letter. You know, Telemachus is telemarketer, stuff like that. Diagnosis is incredible. That's not bad.
Have you seen those things that you put on like the neck of the guitar and you press the one button and it plays the chord?
Yeah.
I kind of want to get one of those, but I'm not sure if it like fits on all guitars.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, I've seen those. It's this weird situation though where like most of the stuff I play is plucking, so it's not going to be, because you can't like use it to play a chord and then take it off to do whatever finicky bits.
That's so true,
it's,
yeah.
But it's especially if you're trying to like you just want to be able to play the songs that you're like hearing in your head, especially if you listen to a lot of songs that use chord progressions. It would probably be really, really helpful. Any kind of pop songs.
What you need is a second person that takes it on and off.
They'd have to be real quick.
Hey, it's like one of those piano sheet music turners.
Or just like two people playing the guitar, and one of them just has the guitar on the floor and is just able to like do the plucky things and not strum, and then the other one's using the thingy.
I think there's a gimmick where one band had all the members playing one guitar.
On somebody that I used to know.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Oh yeah, it's Walk Off the Earth.
I knew the people. I did singing lessons with the kid of the person who was in Walk Off the Earth. And I literally don't know a single song that is actually there. It's just every time it's mentioned, I'm like, oh wait, I knew that. Like I met the family multiple times.
You ever spend your whole life wearing band merch and you don't remember what the band is, but you know it's really familiar? And then one day you find out that it was your dad's band and nobody told you. An existential crisis.
That's hilarious.
I went on Spotify and then I screen recorded all his music off of Spotify to pirate it out of spite.
You pirated your dad's music?
Yeah. Oh, wow. I just have it now. It's mine. Listen, pirating is a victimless crime. Unless it's like an indie person, and most indie creators I've seen are like, if you can't afford it, absolutely pirate it, you know? Like, so...
Pirating is a victimless crime unless you're the Spanish.
I would steal a car, actually. I would steal a car. I don't want a car, but I would steal it just to spite you.
I would download a car.
I would absolutely download a car. That sounds awesome. You mean I don't have to pay taxes? Perfect.
And unpopular opinion, I love paying taxes.
Yeah.
Then it gives me a sense of moral superiority over people who work in the government.
You know, and I can't really complain about taxes because somehow taxes pay us. Like we're family and we are below the poverty line for one person income wise. We're really, really good with money, so we've always like been able to get by. We still do fun things. My mom like is really good with people, so we'll get stuff that usually costs people a ton of money, like trips and stuff, but we'll just get it because there was extra space, that kind of thing, right? So we're doing all right, but we're so far below the poverty line that when tax time comes along, they pay us. I don't know how it works, but most of our income is just the government being like, here you go.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I just like having an excuse to cyberbully my MLA every time he doesn't vote. I check the way my MLA votes. I don't know if other people do this, but every time he votes for something I don't like, I send him bitchy emails.
Oh.
And he sometimes responds, but not recently. I think he's dodging my calls.
Oh, how dare he? My voice keeps changing. It's very rude.
You know, it's like that kind of reminds me of is I mentioned before, like the whole thing where it's like, oh yeah, you know, self-proclaimed fascists in the family. But it's wild because there are those people, and then there are the ones who are like more social activists than anyone I've ever met, and some of them are both at the same time, and I don't know how they do it. Like,
that's an interesting combo.
Like my grandparents are homophobic, and among other things, they're all that stuff. They watch Fox News, etc. It's not great. But then at the same time, the like church that they went to was very like sexist and was like, oh no, women can only wear skirts even when it's like freezing cold. And my nana was just like, no, and she just started wearing pants and refused to hear different, and then it just became fine. Like they stopped caring. And like my mom screamed at our landlord for like some nonsense he said about like, oh, your light bulb isn't working because you need like a man to change it. And he stopped being sexist. She scared the sex of them out of him. But then
No,
she'd
that's a
like say the
superpower.
most absurd things as well, and it's like I don't know what's happening. Yeah.
I do,
Like-
for the sake of time, have to wrap up the live because I have to sleep. I've been online for 5 hours. But a reminder, go vote on the panel form right now. It looks like we're probably talking about neurodiversity at like 8 o'clock ET tomorrow, like 8 p.m. ET. But that might change if other people go and vote. I will post about it, and I'll hopefully see you guys again next time. This was so fun.
Yes, it definitely was.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.